Since the last time I was here, Mr. Walker has been talking about issues that are of great importance to the people of Georgia, like whether it's better to be a vampire or a werewolf. This is a debate that I must confess I once had myself when I was 7. Then I grew up. In case you're wondering, by the way, Mr. Walker decided he wanted to be a werewolf, which is great. As far as I'm concerned, he can be anything he wants to be.
I'm not upset with y'all because I know you're mentally ill, which is why one day I'm going to open up a hospital for mentally ill Africans. I'm going to hospitalize you coons because I care about you and I love you. You're part of our family. I cannot let you go and do what you want to do. I care about the coons, brothers and sisters. I care about the coons, brothers and sisters. We're going to open up a mental health rehabilitation hospital for political coonery. We are going to treat the coons, brothers and sisters. We can't leave them out there. We have to treat the coons. The Dr. Papa Mental Health Hospital for coons. We have to rehabilitate the coons, brothers and sisters. Let us save the coons. We have to do this. We have to do this. We have to do this, brothers and sisters.
Uncontacted tribes. Jarawa tribe. An ancient tribe living on the Andaman Islands, the Jarawa tribe face an increasing disruption to their traditional lifestyle. The 400 people belonging to the tribe have had to deal with tourists and interference from local authorities. In 1990, the government of India came up with a plan to force the Jarawa into a settlement with a focus on fishing. Campaigns from the human rights organizations meant that the plan was abandoned, but it didn't stop people from modernizing the island. A main road was built straight through the area where the Jarawa live. Although India's Supreme Court ordered the highway should be closed in 2002, it remains open. Tourists have been known to use the road for human safaris where they observe the natives. Poachers also enter the Jarawa's forest to hunt the animals that tribes need for their food. Outsiders have introduced alcohol, drugs, and are known to abuse Jarawa women. In 2011, a video went viral which claimed to capture the Tolambi tribe of Papua New Guinea meeting a white man for the first time. The short documentary by Belgian filmmaker Jean-Pierre Diltot shows him interacting with the tribe, offering food, and showing them modern technology. The Tolambi are cautious and seem frightened at first. It is explained that they believe white people to be the walking dead. Jean-Pierre holds out his hand to make contact and offers salt to the tribesmen, who accept it and soon invite him back to their village. One tribe member does not seem to be enjoying his reflection in a mirror and covers it up with a leaf. Rice is a big hit among the tribe, though. One member uses a spoon for the first time and appears to tap his own head in a satisfied way, approving of the taste. While the footage seems unique to many who have seen it, some skeptics think the film is fake. Dutilo insists that the footage is real, saying that if the tribespeople were acting, then they must be the best actors in the world. What do you think? Sentinelese Tribe. The Sentinelese tribe is one of the most isolated tribes in the world. They live in the North Sentinel Islands, which is located in the Indian Ocean. Believed to be the direct descendants of the first ever human beings from over 60,000 years ago, their population is estimated as anywhere between 39 to 400 people. The tribe is known to be very hostile towards outsiders. This likely comes from when a Canadian naval officer called Maurice Bedell Portman and his British Royal Navy crew visited the island between 1879 and 1901. After surprising a Sentinelese family in the forest, Portman caught some of the tribe and took them to the southern island for experiments. Some of the kidnapped families soon passed away, likely from foreign diseases. Portman eventually sent the remaining family back to the northern island, possibly infecting other natives by doing so. A peaceful encounter did take place in 1991 when an Indian anthropologist took his team to the island. Their gift of coconuts, thought to be highly valued by the tribe, was accepted without any conflict. The team did not learn much, though, as communication was difficult without knowing their language. And the Sentinelese still did not like unknown people visiting their island. Most recently, in 2016, American John Allen Chow paid some fishermen to take him to the island illegally. His presence soon wore thin, though, as during his last visit, he was fired upon with arrows as soon as he set foot on the beach. The attack was fatal. It is believed that the tribe buried him in the sand, and that is where his body will remain, as the Indian authorities have no plans to recover his body or to arrest any of the tribe.
What is good, my people? We are live back again with another live broadcast on the forecast. Um, and I just come to holler at y'all. I don't plan on being on here, real long. I do want to say something real quick to get it off my chest. You know what I'm saying? In the beginning, you know what I'm saying, and I get that a lot of the things I say may rub people the wrong way, and I understand. And and it's not necessarily about hurting your feelings or not hurting your feelings. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not trying to be like, yo, I don't care, but the point is, I've been saying from day one, if anybody wanted to come on here and prove me wrong about anything I'm saying, you are definitely welcome to come on here and prove me wrong about what I'm saying. And you can come on here right now, and that's what I'm saying. I'm not going to be on here long. I know it ain't nobody here, but a lot of people are offended. And if you prove me wrong, because honestly, like I said, from like the first videos I did, hopefully I am wrong, but unfortunately, it just don't look that way. You know what I'm saying? I'm just talking about not individual things or whatever. But if you have a problem with some of the things I say, it's okay for you to come on here. It's just the problem is, a lot of people, have a lot to say. A lot of people want to smoke until it's time for it. And then, they never show up. And that goes for, yo, what up, K-Shaw? And that goes for everybody. But, there are some topics and some things that I say that may rub you the wrong way, and you are free to come on here. I'm not going to, do anything crazy or, like come on here and just prove me wrong. It could be peaceful, it could be all good, any of that, but a lot of people, like, like some of the things I say, it may sound good until you realize, say it's a lifestyle that you got to live, and then when that lifestyle gets too hard, people get upset if you may say something. It is what it is. So if anybody, I'm saying, like I said, man, and I'm gonna repeat it, because like I said, this is open for anybody who got a problem with anything that I say. You always welcome to come on here and say something. So let me put it in the chat, I'm saying? But usually people don't do that. And that's why I always put it up there. I'm saying? Like, they can come in the chat, they can say what they want to say, but they usually don't come on here. And it's not about being right, wrong, any of that, But the bottom line is, you're gonna have to pick a side, if you want to be assimilated or not, And while I'm saying that, and y'all, thank y'all for coming in and provoking in the chat, what I'm saying? This has been a thing, and I recently had like some critiques about, black studies in these areas, and I think that a lot of the material is, in one aspect, comes from a biased lens. A lot of people have their aspects in the way they view life, and they don't necessarily just teach, the history and what happened, and then we can go into like the philosophies and different people and how they reacted, and there's a lot of information that I think, in my opinion, helps shape the lot, and I have my own opinions that, I haven't heard anywhere, just based off the research that I've done, what I'm saying? But going year by year to show how it really happened, how we got in this situation. And I know that a lot of colleges and teachers may be like handcuffed, what I'm saying, by the curriculum. And we talk about developing curriculums for our children. So, I'm going to at least give it a try, at least put the groundwork in for trying to develop a curriculum, because I do believe that, one of the most important aspects of what we got to do is the minds of our children and controlling how we educate our children. Because even if we teach them to be smart scientists, doctors, lawyers, if we don't teach them the right mindset with it, they're just doing it for the overall society, what I'm saying, which really doesn't help us, because they tell us all the time. So it's important for our children to understand who they are, where they come from, everything that's happened. And yo, what up, Bakar? And that's why I'm asking, that's why I want to put together actual, a course about, Black history here in America, the effects, things that people may not have known, because like even in these classes, even in these study groups, or these Black studies courses or whatever, they kind of skip around history. They don't give you, and I think it's important for you to go through the, at least learn the history first without any kind of bias attached to it, and you learn different things about it, So I want to at least give it a try, what I'm saying? So I plan on the first lesson being on Monday. Let's just say, I'm gonna say 8:00. So I'm gonna set it up for 8:00, and then we'll have afterwards the live stream to any questions people may have, or any suggestions, or whatever you may think, what I'm saying. But I do think this is something that is needed, and this is my lane, so there's a lot of things that I think get glossed over, and we don't talk about the how much we fought and how valuable we are, and the mentality that we have. Because if we knew what we could do and all the things that we have done, and also how this was set up and all of these things, we wouldn't have nearly the problem that we're having, and it'll be a lot easier to put aside our tribal differences, All right, so let me show this, because this is like one thing that, and I kind of, because this is a teacher here, a Black teacher teaching, and I apologize if the internet messed up. StreamYard has been tripping for a lot of people recently, but this is the theory, And if anybody is backstage while I'm sharing, just let me know in the chat that you backstage. But these are the people teaching African American studies in these courses, and UCLA here. So this is a brother from UCLA, talking about what race is. Is it a social construct? Is race real? Is it a biological thing, or is it just lived experience?
So first of all, we have to establish some real categories. And those of you who've taken my classes before have probably seen this. But one of the things we have to ask is that African Americans exist in the concept of African American, right, is not the idea that someone identifies as such or believes it as such is not necessarily, it's not a natural category. It's not a scientific category. It has no real meaning or utility outside of its sort of social, historical, political, and that.
So he's saying, right, race itself, or we're all one race, and it has no effect outside of basically the system that we're living in. So basically our diet should be the same, our medicine should be the same, there's just no differences.
Economic existence. So race itself, this class will take the approach that race itself is a social construction, right? There's nothing scientific, biological about race, but that at the same time, race is real.
Now, what I'm saying is not about, it's not about race, but we'll see, the terms black and white come up, but it isn't about whether race is real, but when you establishing racial categories, right, or real categories and saying what is real, what is not, it's important to have a sense of self, when you're making determinations and all of these things, Yo, what up, bro? So, he's pretty much saying that it's strictly a construct that Europeans have created within the last like 500 years. I'm not sure if that's what he's saying, if he's going to go with that, because it's been mentioned before, but it's not real at all. So,
not real in a biological sense, right? That we can identify African Americans vis-a-vis some biological test, but that race is real through lived experience.
So you can't determine it through a biological test. So right now, if I took a DNA test, it could say a white dude is my dad, because you can't determine it any kind of way like that. Or, I guess he's saying what a lot of these people are saying, that these DNA, I'm not sure, because he's a professor, so he probably would have to say the DNA tests are real, but we're going to get to that.
That is that the fact that even though these categories are scientifically fictitious, the fact that we believe that, and consistently in the sets of social interactions that we have, that we believe that they have some kind of utility and organize the world, means that we act upon them in various ways. We act upon a lot of things that operate in this way, that have no scientific basis. And so therefore,
I guess you're going to say like gender or something like that.
Race has a reality that is based in sort of real experience rather than biological construction. And just to kind of explain that to people, what we understand to be markers of being African American, meaning phenotype, right? Sort of skin color, et cetera, are not a set of features that are defined by a genetically discrete population.
Okay. So he's basically saying, skin color, like pretty much a white couple in Denmark could probably give birth to a dark-skinned baby with curly hair or whatever, because the phenotype is not just limited to a certain group of people or whatever, because you can have different phenotypes, because we see black people, right? who are white, I guess J. Edgar Hoover or something like that. I guess that's who he's saying. But he's just saying,
right? You cannot. There is no genetically discrete population call of African Americans, and there's as much genetic variation between people who we place in the category of African American as there is between people who we understand to be, as there is between people who are not African American, or there's as much genetic similarity between people who are not African American, who are African American, who are not African American, as there is genetic similarity between people who are placed in the same racial or ethnic category.
Okay, so he is saying that. He is saying that black people in America are more genetically like white people than we are other black people around the world. So I'm not sure where he's getting that from, but if that's true, why would the DNA test? Because he would be disproving the DNA test that says that we all generally come from this place in Africa based off the genetics of other people. You know what I'm saying? Also, different things like I don't know, like diseases you may get, like what is it, sickle cell? You know what I'm saying? And like how little white babies is pre-genetically whatever. But that one time your ancestor got raped is pretty powerful. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm not gonna say that it wasn't a practice of slavery so much, well, rape culture so much that it affected our DNA. You know what I'm saying? But to say that you have more in common, you know what I'm saying, with a dramatic white dude or a Hasidic white dude that's American than you do with a black dude in the Bahamas, you know what I'm saying? He's saying he's more closely related to them, you know what I'm saying, genetically.
That's been determined time and time again. And one of the things is for instance, so what is the current president-elect?
Barack Obama.
So there's been these articles. So people are saying different things. People are saying he's black, he's biracial. So there were these articles. There was an article that came out a couple of weeks ago that was like, well, what really is he, right? And it was sort of taking issue with him identifying himself as an African American because he's, his father was Kenyan, his mother was obviously a white woman from Kansas, and he was raised by white grandparents. But the point is that.
So, a white woman gave birth to a black man, you know what I'm saying? But, none of it is real. He's a biracial person, bro. There's nothing wrong with it. I don't know why people think it's something wrong with saying that a biracial person is a biracial person. It means your parents had sex with somebody with a different phenotype, which she says is not real, you know what I'm saying? Then you was created a whole new phenotype, which is the mulatto biracial kid, which I don't understand how we can. So I guess there would be no biracial since there is no race. So this, half Neanderthal, half Denisovan, half Homo sapien kid, right? Because those are certainly real. They can, because is it me or is it them that said they had this in their blood? You know what I'm saying? But they're saying black people don't have Neanderthal in their blood, but they have it in their blood. Or is all of that stuff fake?
That he has chosen to identify himself as an African American primarily. He has chosen that as his primary identity. And if race is indeed a social construction, right? People perceive him that way, except for those, flights of fancy when people decided to say that he was an Arab in various interesting points.
Well, hold on. Why can't he say he's an Arab if it's just a construct? That makes no sense. It's just a construct. So he could be an Arab, he could identify as an Arab if he wants to. He can also identify as white if he wants to, since it's just a construct.
There is no, people kept trying to refer back to a kind of biological notion of race. So his mother is white, so therefore he must identify as biracial. But if we think about race as a social category, that in terms of he responds to how people react to him, people have truly react to him as an African American. He's socially an African American. he also chooses that identity for himself. There's no reason why he can't simultaneously say, yes, my mom is white, but I am an African American.
Yes, my mom is white, but yeah, my mom gave birth to a black man. My white mom gave birth to a black man. That's what I'm against, saying that white people could give birth to black children. You know what I'm saying? Especially even if you say that this is a construct, once it's been acted upon, it became a very real threat upon your life, because so many people who have this fake phenotype like you have been slaughtered because they can just look at you and see this phenotype that you have, you know, and you have been targeted because of it. And I know that we like to say racism is an American thing, but you know, we've been looking around the world and we kind of see this La Raza mindset all over the place. You know what I'm saying?
So, and that's to say, to end with a kind of definition that race is a construct born out of the process of colonization, Western expansion, and slavery that is used as a technology to differentiate human beings. It is a social, political, economic, and historic construct that is constantly reinforced by both by state action and everyday experience. Racial identities are both chosen and imposed simultaneously. So that is...
It sounds like Kanye West. Slavery was both imposed and chosen simultaneously. Now listen, man. I'm not saying that teachers don't know history, or I'm saying that number one, they get handcuffed. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying number two, like we all have our ideologies and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, I'm not bringing it to the discussion. You know what I'm saying? But I do disagree with him in what he says. You know, because clearly we can see that there are differences, and biologically, you know what I'm saying? Like when you just do like how medicine affect us differently, like our bodies need different kind of sustenance. You know what I'm saying? Like I can go to the beach on a nice day and not have to put nothing on my skin. You know what I'm saying? So like to have, and I really think that this integrationist mindset is rampant, you know what I'm saying, in our institutions. So it may be limited to what you say, you know what I'm saying? Like you may highlight something and not highlight something else to prove your point. But you know, if like I said, if you want to prove me wrong, you are welcome to come on here. It's just, you know, usually the people don't come on here, you know, to do that, you know what I'm saying? But you know, just looking at the amount of courses, and also I think that people without the ability to go to school or to be able to take that particular course, you know what I'm saying, should be able to take this course or learn things for free, and have their children be able to learn things so that, you know, they can learn real history and not the BS that, you know, the public education system has, you know. And hopefully, you know, we can build upon it and start making curriculums for our children, and maybe even impose it in our homes, you know, and you know, hopefully it'll make a difference within our homes. So, you know, I appreciate y'all for voting on that, you know. But all right, so, but that's really what I came on here for, you know. And like I said, man, for the rest of the time I'm on here, the opportunity is there for you to prove me wrong, or any suggestion. It could be a positive thing too. So, you know, or if you want to comment on anything that I showed. But, you know, I came on here, so I want to just show a couple things. And I'll be quick, you know what I'm saying? If nobody come on here, I'll just go through it. All right. And if you come on here, let me know that you in the back. All right. So speaking of schools and stuff like that, you know, I've been talking about what's been going on in the schools recently, you know what I'm saying? So this teacher just got caught on camera, you know, using the N-word during a lesson, you know what I'm saying? And like I said, man, this war on the children's mind, because there's always been a war on all of our minds. But if you can control the children's mind, you control the next few generations, you know what I'm saying? And how they think and what they produce and who they produce it for, you know, the way they think. So let me play this.
So there very well may be people that don't like that, but it was said in an educational context, and it was said for the purpose of talking about empowerment. So you can like it, not like it, be upset about it, all you like, but ultimately this is a ridiculous conversation.
Okay, he decided to use the N-word.
But like you just said, you were just like, you said the N-word blatantly out loud to all of us. Even repeating it is kind of just like, why would you repeat that in a classroom full of Black people? But it's just like,
because I trust your intelligence, that's why.
Yeah, but I understand that we're all intelligent Black people in studies. Right, period. Right. But it's just like, we still can be intelligent and have our feelings, and we feel bad by you saying it. It's
Yo, what up, Bobby?
just kind of like crossing it out you.
And I appreciate the point of view. I actually said in the last class, I probably shouldn't have said it. That said, it was said in an educational context that we cannot police other people's speech.
That's a great question, Bukhari. Is hate a social construct? That's a great question. That's a very good question.
People, we can't do it.
So
we can. I'm sorry?
So basically, you don't feel like you were wrong with that?
So
I just said I probably shouldn't have said it based on the educational level of the 9th grader. But I do feel like you as seniors should be able to understand how that's the context and be able to put it in perspective. Yes, I do. I do think you should be able to do that. Especially when the point of the word was talking about mulatto, specifically the person, and the term was taking back the term, just like the other way. So you can disagree. Again, I don't mind you disagreeing, but again, it was said in an educational term. That's all I'm saying on it. I'm not gonna hijack a class about this issue. I'm not gonna do it.
All right, so the N-word apparently is an educational term. Just like African Americans call themselves niggas is.
Just like African Americans call themselves.
Is an educational context to that, you know what I'm saying? So he's educating on why it's okay, I guess, for people to, you know what I'm saying, say whatever. But this is, and look, they control our kids' minds like 8 hours of the day. And then we come home and wonder why we so screwed up and why we can't understand certain concepts, you know, because we have not taken the time to at least fight for our children's mind or your child in particular, you know what I'm saying, or have created things to help younger kids understand these things from a younger age, like trying to get into the stock market at a younger age, teaching them in a simplistic way where a kindergartner can learn, you know what I'm saying? Because you want to show them these things when they're a young age, but no matter what you show them, you want them to have pride in self, you know what I'm saying? Not trying to argue that if this wouldn't exist, I wouldn't be near the rest of you N-words, you know what I'm saying? Because even the people in your tribe, guess what they look like? They look like you know what I'm saying? So while we're talking about this construct and trying to get away from this blackness, right, it's been imposed, it's already here. So now these parents are having this conversation because this construct has been constructed and now is being educated and pushed into our kids' minds because none of us are in control of what goes on or helping to create. Well, there are people creating curriculums, but we got to do more because they're outworking us, you know.
What are you all willing to do about it?
Parents say they are not shocked by what was said. They are shocked that nothing happened after the N-word was used by.
Yes, they teach Black history. Well, from what I've seen, they do teach Black history raw, but it's just from perspectives. Like if they like somebody, they'll make excuses. You know what I'm saying? And yes, they can't say but so much, and especially the ones who get state funded, they have to be. We love everybody. You know, with the history, and they can't really break down and get into detail the truth about. I mean, just like why is people not learning about just the things that we and like I said, man, we're gonna get into all that stuff with the course, you know what I'm saying? And it's just things they don't teach, how the system, the institutions that are built, how they were built, you know what I'm saying? And so many weaknesses in them, and so many times that we were able to exploit those weaknesses and dominate. And when you look at it in an unbiased lens, you'll be able to come up with better solutions, your own solutions. And I think that, you know, we need to start looking at just what the data and what happened on this construct, you know what I'm saying? So as parents, you know, what are we going to do?
What are you all willing to do about it?
Parents say they are not shocked by what was said. They are shocked that nothing happened after the N-word was used by a teacher in the classroom.
The N-word is a derogatory word in any setting and is inappropriate. So I feel like this has diminished the importance of the safety of our children.
Students say the word wasn't part of the lesson plan that day. It was off topic and is unacceptable.
I just know that there needs to be a change and it needs to happen soon.
Many of the parents in this group are demanding the teacher and the principal be terminated, that racial trauma can never be allowed.
How is it that in 2022, an educator does not know that it's inappropriate to use the N-word under any circumstances?
Alumni say when they learned of the incident and asked questions, they weren't taken seriously.
I felt attacked from trying to make sure that this racism situation gets handled. So to protect the racists, you're kind of throwing an alumni under the bus, and for me, that was not okay.
Parents say the recording was about a month ago. The school has launched an investigation, but they want results.
Just for some answers from the school and really, honestly, accountability.
My bad, y'all. All right, so yeah, man. Y'all see, these are the teachers that is training your children, you know what I'm saying? So we want to do something about it, you know what I'm saying, and try to make some kind of move and do something, you know what I mean? So this is at least my attempt to put some kind of groundwork on some kind of course, maybe a better one that'll be brought out of it, you know what I'm saying? But I do think, and since, you know, I got my critiques and I understand how hard it is to do it. So like, you know, but it's like I said, we are being outworked. Yeah, at Alcorn University in 2017, yeah. And those are the teachers they actually go after, you know what I'm saying? To make sure that they don't get to be whatever. But speaking of that, you know, we are being worked on every single level because, you know, their children are doing a lot more than just, you know, learning they know who they are, you know what I'm saying? And what they do is fight to maintain it, right? And to maintain this quote unquote construct that is their ethno state. But Germany arrests dozens of far right in their coup plot.
In early morning raids across Germany, thousands of police officers at more than 100 locations arrested 25 people. Authorities say they were planning a violent overthrow of the German government in a far-right extremist plot. Prosecutors say the suspects had acquired weapons, organized weapons training, and intended to storm the German parliament building. The suspects are followers of conspiracy myths, including QAnon, this federal prosecutor said. He said the arrested suspects, primarily
You will now replace us in German.
German nationals, but also including one Russian national, formed a shadow government to put in place should they succeed in overthrowing the German government, which they believed was run by a so-called...
Now, they don't have this whole history of, you know, just the last couple of years seeing their brothers shot down on the street. They're talking about governments designed to protect the very faces that they have, you know, but they understand like, yo, when enough is enough, they gonna go and they make plans, you know. They don't just sit on these sites and use these forums and use the video games, you know, the chat rooms of video games to just talk trash to each other. They use them to build with each other and to grow, you know, to grow their organizations and to spread information.
Said the arrested suspects, primarily German nationals, but also including one Russian national, formed a shadow government to put in place should they succeed in overthrowing the German government, which they believed was run by a so-called deep state. Among those arrested, a suspected ringleader from a historic royal family, as well as German military veterans. Germany's interior minister said the depths of the organization's structure remains under investigation.
I wonder if there was all out there like, yo, well, not all Germans is going to be with us, you know what I'm saying? I wonder if this German is going to be with us, you know what I'm saying? No, like, man, let's do this, and who's down is going down, but let's build it, and if you build it, they will come.
Interior minister said the depths of the organization's structure remains under investigation. The group had a political and military arm, she said, showing the danger of this suspected terrorist organization. Arrests were made across Germany, as well as one each in Austria and Italy. Some suspects making their first court appearance today in the wake of one of the biggest counterterrorism operations in German history. Kelly Kobiella, NBC News.
Yeah. So, and even years ago, this group was building, and we talk a lot, but we take no action, and we are being outworked, and then we wonder why it is what it is, right?
German Defense Minister Annegret Kramp-Karrenbauer has ordered the partial dissolution of Germany's elite KSK commandos following reports of right-wing extremism in their ranks. Reports say the unit, which specializes in anti-terror and rescue operations.
Right, so it's the special forces, they understand how you can get on this to protect their ethno state. They're not going to talk about how everybody is all one and we love each other. No, they want to protect what they think is theirs.
May face a major reorganization, and up to 70 of its 1,400 personnel could be cut. Military investigators announced this year that they suspected 20 KSK personnel of holding extreme right attitudes. Media reports quote the defense minister as saying the unit has a toxic leadership culture and cannot continue to exist in its present form.
Right, so as it continued to exist in its present form, we see them, getting arrested, but let me play some of this. This is one of the dudes used to be with him.
15 years ago, violent and full of hate. Hate against migrants, women, democracy, anything that wouldn't fit his extreme far-right view.
It took years for the angry teenager to become the 20-year-old of Aryans, create a fourth-year-old calling himself a national socialist, who wanted to create a Fourth Reich, a homogenous ethnic community consisting only of Germans, of Aryans. I never had the ability to reflect.
So maybe they do got their clash stuff with the Aryans.
Another extremist shot 9 young people in Hanau.
It's very hard for me to say this, and I'm sorry if relatives that many of the victims do something about it. And
His new government admits that right-wing extremism is the country's greatest threat. It's promised an action plan as well as tougher gun laws. But real prevention, Philipp Schlaffer believes, starts by showing young people that they're appreciated and do have a perspective, and that the democracy we have is well worth being protected. Sibel Karku.
I thought this race stuff was theoretically only had to do with whether you were born.
Recordings just got better.
All right, so let me just play this last part and I'm gonna move on from this.
Over the past decade, France has been hit by a series of Islamist terror attacks. In 2020, the beheading...
Because it's not just there. This is France, where y'all go to, you know what I'm saying, to find y'all white girls. Y'all want to travel and stuff. This is France, and they're right-wing movement. You know what I'm saying? They're linking up globally. You know what I'm saying? They're putting aside their tribal differences. You know what I'm saying? And saying, you will not replace us in French now.
The beheading of a high school teacher sparked outrage across the country, prompting the government to pass a law putting restrictions on how Islam is practiced in France.
Ce à quoi nous devons nous attaquer, c'est le séparatisme.
All right. So, and this is, here in America. All right, let me see. And this is what they're saying. This is what the police is saying here in America. You know what I'm saying? But this is just how different groups react to the systems that they feel are a threat to them. You know what I'm saying? Some people react in a docile manner. Some people react in a violent manner.
Experience a personalized approach at Elements Massage Studios because you're one of a kind, and your massage should be too.
Tonight, an exclusive WECT investigation reveals never before seen or heard recordings captured by a malfunctioning police cruiser camera revealing racism within the ranks of the Wilmington Police Department. More than 2 years ago, 3 Wilmington police officers were publicly fired after the recordings were created.
Exactly, Bobby. And even though I'm not going deep on it, just so I can be, quick, that's what I'm trying to say. Everybody is prepared, outworking us. They understand who they are. They have a grounding about who they are. And it's okay to say, oh, I will protect my ethno state. There's only one group of people that is out here talking about we are all one race. We should all love each other. And these groups, no matter the tribal differences they have, because they have their tribal differences, they know they have to work together, especially when it comes to these Negroes, though. You know what I'm saying? And you're absolutely right. All of these groups is going to, how many of those white boys from America went to Europe and all of those other countries to train and then bring it back here? And guess who they're coming after? Us.
And discovered by chance. Although the department released some of the transcripts of the videos, a judge blocked the release of the recordings themselves. WECT's investigative reporter Michael Prats worked for months to get those recordings. And Michael, we were finally able to get them released.
Yeah, Fran, and the judge didn't change his mind, but when one of the 3 fired officers appealed his dismissal to Superior Court, the recordings were submitted as evidence and became public record. Still, it took us getting our lawyers involved to obtain them. And we do want to warn you, the language and subject matter caught in these recordings can be very disturbing to hear.
You have a civil war, go ahead and wipe them off the map. That'll put them back about 4 or 5 generations. Because, and then you know what? The good ones can go live in their little thing, wipe them off the map. That'll put them back about 4 or 5 generations. Because, and then you know what? The good ones can go live in their little communities and they can do what they want to do. Just stay out of my way.
So y'all good Negroes, you know what I'm saying? You can live in your little Negro community, but you better not touch none of those white girls, you know what I'm saying? But you can live in your little Negro community and stay out of his way, you know what I'm saying?
That's former Wilmington police officer Kevin Piner talking with another former officer, Jesse Moore. The conversation was recorded on a police cruiser camera, which was accidentally activated.
But if we do not get a handle on this, we are not going to have a country for our kids to be raised in.
In the day,
you know what the ironic part is? We did not get a handle on this. We did not get a handle on this S, you know what I'm saying? And ironically, we do not have a country to raise our children in. That's funny.
But if we do not get a handle on this, we are not going to have a country for our kids to be raised in.
In the days before, police and protesters clashed in Wilmington following national calls to end police brutality after the murder of George Floyd, a black man in Minneapolis.
You told me tonight, you said, all right, tomorrow's a purge day, get as many as you want. Do not go down there.
And the point is, right, I'm going to let him say this,
Black
right?
man
The point is, how much training are you doing? How much sit-ups have you done? Can you even run a mile? What you gonna do if they jack up the prices, or they shut down the stores in your local area, or the power goes out, or a group of Klan members show up at your front door? Have you done push-ups, sit-ups? Have you done anything to prepare yourself after 600 years of the same thing over and over? Because other groups are preparing, they're arming themselves, they are making sure they're not sitting there arguing about where they come from or whatever. They're talking about protecting their ethno state because there's a chance that somebody is going to replace them, right? They hear these theories about how they can't reproduce, and they're going to go to war. So are you prepared to do anything about it? Because obviously they have a history of literally attacking you, right? And you can't still sit here and tell me that this construct hasn't made you prepare yet.
Minneapolis.
You told me tonight, you said, all right, tomorrow's a purge day, get as many as you want. Do not go down there. I go down there and slaughter them motherfuckers.
The recordings were not only created by chance, but also discovered by chance when a supervisor conducting random audits of video footage decided to take a listen.
So I just sat down as a supervisor. We're supposed to review a video from each person every month. And I just sat down that day saying, I'm going to try to knock a few out today. And that's what I was doing.
That's the supervisor who discovered the videos talking to Wilmington Police Department's internal affairs after she reported what she found. The court evidence exclusively obtained by WECT included not only the racist recordings, but 4 internal affairs investigations as well, including the 3 officers captured in the recordings. Both Jesse Moore and Kevin Piner admit that these are their voices in the recordings, and both say that the conversations were them venting, something internal affairs wanted to know a little bit more about.
You just used the term, and then you follow that up with having to take it to a Negro magistrate. And so what's going on with that? Is that just how you vent?
So yeah, I shot my mouth off. Shouldn't have done that. That's not who I am. I'm not no racist.
Keisha James.
It's not who he is. He's not a racist. Now, I don't know what else. They also vent by sitting on your neck for 10 minutes. You know what I'm saying? But we vent by recording it and then getting on here and complaining about it and then letting it go past and then not doing nothing. You know what I'm saying? Or at least try to do something. Try to do anything. What do you think is important? Go out there and do it. You know what I'm saying? To destroy this quote unquote construct so you can get back to mating with them and thinking that your mulatto children are black, or this thing that doesn't exist, this human species.
An attorney with the National Police Accountability Project says regardless of stress on the job, this was more problematic than just venting.
It's really hard to believe that these officers were just venting, especially when you have them calling for civil war and you have them using racial slurs.
There's no doubt law enforcement is a stressful job, and in recent years, there has been a strain between the community and police. Both Piner and Moore told Internal Affairs that the tension at the time was reaching a boiling point.
The whole thing that started this whole conversation, man, is just that I'm just at a breaking point, you know.
For many, the hate-filled...
You know what? It's not a construct, you know, Tamir Rice, you know, Trayvon Martin. And if you feel like his death was justified, I'm not going to debate you on that. We don't need to be in the same society. I don't want you teaching my children. I don't want you to patrol my neighborhoods. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to buy anything from you because you probably spit in that. I don't want anything from you. If that's how you feel, we don't need to be in the same society. And the problem is the control over, you know, not only the land and the resources, you know, but the institutions. Because to them, perpetual means forever.
Language from the now former Wilmington Police Department officers came as a shock. But for Piner's supervisor, who found the recordings, it wasn't.
So did what you hear on the video surprise you?
No.
The supervisor explains how she overheard similar, albeit less inflammatory conversations during lineup in the prior days. On the larger level, James says it's not the fact that the officers said these things that surprises her.
It's also rare for those officers to kind of remain terminated instead of being reinstated either at that department or another department. The scary part is that these 2 conversations just happened to get accidentally recorded, and then the department took steps to investigate and then released some of the details about their investigation and what was contained in the recordings. That is typically not the case.
However, District Attorney Ben David and Chief of Police Donnie Williams both made sure that didn't happen.
So what we did is we said, not only are they immediately fired, but they should never hold the badge again anywhere in this great state.
I have recommended that none of them be eligible for rehire in any position with the city of Wilmington.
And Chief Williams told us when all of this came out that he planned to meet with every...
So they can't go to North Carolina. So, you know, look out Georgia. Probably here. They're closer to here. So, yeah, man. All right. Yeah, Raw. Yeah, they all have the same agenda. It's just that we don't seem to understand that. We seem to think that this last 600-700 years was fake or something. Like what happened didn't happen. And yo, what up, Ben Uko? You know, we think that is all a mirage or something. We don't believe, you know what I'm saying, the truth, you know, when it's right there in our faces. So, all right, so let's look at how we respond to their stuff, you know what I'm saying? Because we saw how they respond. They link up globally and do the things that they got to do to protect their communities, right? So let's look at how we respond. And shout out to my brother Brandon for sending me this.
Haiti is on the verge of the abyss. Now, that's the language the United Nations is now using as heavily armed gangs expand their control of the country. Haitian human rights groups say armed groups control at least 60% of the capital, Port-au-Prince, and the surrounding areas. They're also warning rape is increasingly being used as a weapon. Well, in the first 6 months of this year, the UN has documented this: 934 killings in the capital, 680 kidnappings. Most of the victims were not directly involved in gangs. They were directly targeted by armed groups. The violence has escalated since the assassination of the country's sitting president, Jovenel Moïse. That was in July of 2021. And that's a crime for which no one has yet been put on trial in Haiti.
Now, in a black country, right, the president got killed in his bed while he slept, and nobody got in trouble.
Our senior international correspondent, Orla Guerin, sent this special report from the Haitian capital. I should warn you, her report contains some distressing material.
This is gang territory in Port-au-Prince, almost as far as the eye can see. But it seems the world isn't looking. And the Haitian capital has become a gangster's paradise. It's morning in a middle-class suburb. Minutes after a shootout, a show of force by the police. But usually it's the gangs who call the shots. There are over 100 armed groups in the city, instilling fear and silence. Well, police are still searching the scene here. There's an AK-47 on the ground and some ammunition. There are also drops of blood. Now, this is an armored car. Police say they were tracking it for about 2 weeks. They say it was being used by a kidnap gang. It's about 8 in the morning here, and morning and evening rush hours are peak time for the kidnappers.
There was a battle with police officers and the bad guys. One of them died. We got the vehicle, and this is one of the weapons the bad guys had in their hands.
Do they have many armored vehicles, the kidnappers?
I don't know. That happened. I'm sure that happened.
Nearby, the body of an alleged gang member. The police told us we stopped them today. Across town, Francois St. Clair has just been patched up at a trauma hospital run by Doctors Without Borders. He saw gunmen holding up 2 cars in front of his. When he tried to get away, he got a bullet in the arm.
Focus on the money and material things, so we never connect. We are slaves for their products and their material and their things, and that's on the individual level, and unfortunately is on a country level, a global level, and we see the corruption and the effects of that. And Bobby said this the kind of white media narrative is used for justification for invading Haiti. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? And you got a great point, my brother, because this is what they've historically have done. They said these gangs have done this, they have done that. And then later you see legislation to run up in their places. And not only is this propaganda useful, and I'm showing you how they use propaganda, you know what I'm saying? Understand that we are not prepared to counter or defend ourselves. And we understand why they have always attacked Haiti the way that they have attacked Haiti. And it's a shame that we have not been, as a people, able to protect anything that was supposed to be for us, and instead we have so many people saying, icons and legends and things that mean something to Black people and Black history don't exist, because we don't even understand what we're talking about, and they definitely use this kind of stuff to justify running in there, because they like, oh, these Negroes in this Black on Black crime and they need to be civilized. This is the typical pattern. And no matter how armed or strapped up, and this is what we need to learn about, especially about history. A lot of times they did have more weapons and bigger armies. And a lot of times we were still able to win up until the point where they use deception and our need to be accepted and this love in the heart and this, oh, well, you know, maybe we can coexist mindset, right? They've always used deception to destroy you, right? And they've always used this kind of thing to, you know, go in on your brothers so you can say, well, look at them and how they act. You know, we have more in common genetically with the white man in America than we do with these Haitians. You know what I'm saying? We'll have professors saying this kind of stuff, you know, based off this propaganda. But all right. So yeah, let me all right, I'm almost done now. But speaking of all of this stuff, you know what I'm saying, it's definitely going on. All right, so if this loads up, let me X this one out. All right, so you know, the president of South America, they've been kind of going in on him, you know what I'm saying? A lot of the people from his country have been saying that he's been a Mobutu. And they was like, yo, he always looks serious. I ain't never seen him smiling this hard as he was smiling in this right here.
Welcome. Efshini, Dumela, Suabona, Molo, Molweni, Nda. Wow. Mr. President, welcome.
All right, so everybody was going in like, what the hell is so funny? You know what I'm saying? So speaking of him, you know, so he's facing threats of impeachment over Farmgate and corruption that may or may not be in a lot of these black countries, because we aren't thinking of, and you see how these countries where they are protected, right? They have these global systems based off of our destruction, right? And they're even willing to control those and overthrow them for the sake of their survival, for their ethno state, you know what I'm saying? But us, we continue to have corrupt leader, corrupt nation state, corrupt everything. And this is us globally, you know what I'm saying? And we continue to allow it, accept it for some reason. And you don't see these, you don't see enough of us doing the things that we have to do, because we're definitely, you know, we're definitely being outworked. And we don't have enough discipline, you know what I'm saying? Because we will sell out in a heartbeat for, you know what I'm saying, that money, you know? So.
Independent panel in South Africa has found that President Cyril Ramaphosa may have committed serious violations of the Constitution linked to a burglary at his farm. He's now facing the threat of impeachment just 2 weeks before the ANC meets to decide who their new leader will be. Gail McClellan has the details.
It was a robbery at Cyril Ramaphosa's farm, Phala in Limpopo in 2020 that set this in motion. After an estimated $4 million in cash hidden under sofa cushions was stolen by robbers who fled into Namibia, a former security chief accused the president of trying to hide the theft and also prompted allegations of money laundering. The president denied any wrongdoing, but following an outcry, an independent panel was set up to investigate. Their report suggests that the president should face further scrutiny. Underlining the seriousness of the situation, one of the panel, former Chief Justice Sandile Ngcobo, said any moves to impeach the president must be based on firm evidence.
Dragging the president before an impeachment process is a huge decision. It cannot be done on flimsy grounds. There has to be something tangible that you can hold on to before you take that decision.
The Speaker of the National Assembly set out the next steps.
The House will consider the report, its findings and recommendations, and adopt a resolution through a simple majority vote, whether a further action by the House is necessary or not.
Cyril Ramaphosa, who has consistently denied wrongdoing, became president, vowing to tackle the corruption that had infected the ANC under his predecessor, Jacob Zuma. Parliament may choose not to proceed to impeach the president, but the scandal has overshadowed his...
Right. So, you know, and he's saying he's, you know, gonna fight it. So, you know, and this is what Malema had to say. And he said this, you know, like a month ago.
He says the president broke the law by conducting private business at his Phala Phala farm.
The country has collapsed. We are on an autopilot. We don't know where the pilot is. Those who have the rumor say the pilot is at Phala Phala, selling buffalo.
Unfortunately, a lot of us are on autopilot because it's almost like every generation is like we forget and try the same thing over and over. Maybe, you know, this corruption and my family will be okay, and then it all goes away. We all on this autopilot, and we wonder why we stay in this situation.
The rumor say the pilot is at Phala Phala, selling buffaloes and uncle. That's why the plane does not have a pilot. When you are a president of South Africa, by law, you are not allowed to do any other business except to be a president of South Africa. Why? Because you are a pilot. You can't be a pilot at the same time in the same plane, be an air hostess and sell Zimbas in the plane and leave the plane leaderless because you are busy selling Zimbas.
The EFF in KwaZulu-Natal has the party's highest number of voters in...
Right. So, and regardless of how you feel about him, you know what I'm saying, Julius Malema, you know what I'm saying? And like I said, y'all could come on here and express your opinions about it. All right, so, and this is the last one about it, so I'm gonna play this one if it pull up, if it come up. All right. So this is what he's saying now about the situation. Yo, we love our slave masters to death, K-Shaw. That's what I'm trying to walk it slow, because obviously when you take it too fast, people get appalled and run away. You know what I'm saying? So you can't walk them down.
Prove
you can't
himself,
whatever.
he has dismally failed. We will treat him the same way we have treated Zuma. He must leave the office with immediate effect because he has not respected his oath of office. Everywhere and anywhere where we find Ramaphosa or we see Ramaphosa and we have an opportunity to stop him from speaking in the name of South Africa, we will do so. We call upon all the fighters and the ground forces to start treating Ramaphosa as such. We'll start on Thursday and it will be wire until he let go of that office. That office must be occupied by a man of integrity, not a hypocrite, not a man with double personalities. In front of cameras is something else, and behind cameras he's buying silence of girls not to speak. We will not allow that. We will not allow the president who lives a double life. Maybe with the decision of the speaker not to grant the secret ballot. Tomorrow, we want to see all these crooks. Or are they genuine, or are they just speaking because there are cameras in front of them? They must raise hands, seated next to the man, seated next to their own colleagues, and say, my conscience doesn't allow. And they must remember this. They are highly protected because the Constitutional Court said members of parliament must vote according to their conscience, not according to their party mandate. When they are in there, they cease to be members of political parties, but they become representatives of the people of South Africa. So tomorrow, we are going to separate women from girls, boys from men. Let's go and see if all these things they were saying on national TV and Twitters and all of that, they will dare repeat it where it matters the most tomorrow in Parliament. Who takes Gwede Mantashe serious? Gwede has got a problem of Busasa. And there is no way.
All right, yeah, and I'm sorry for this dumb music. A lot of people put that dumb music on here, but you know, he's saying like, "Yo, we have to start reprimanding." And Bobby said, "Yo, I like him." Okay, Bakari. And I like him too. You know, I know a lot of people have criticisms about him and stuff like that. I like the things I hear, but I hear things a lot too, and you don't really see a lot of stuff. But I'm with you, Bobby. Like I think me and you think a lot alike on a lot of things, Bobby. But I do think there should be mandates that do obviously be like kind of selling out. And even his own people was making fun of him for what he was doing over there in the UK Parliament meeting or whatever was going on. So, yo, but what up, Antoine DeMille? Yo, you there? You on mute if you talking.
Yeah, can you hear me? How I
Yeah,
sound?
you sound good right now. You sound good.
Oh, okay. I was trying on my computer, man. I was just trying to see. You know what, man? My son came off. We've been in here talking and racing and all that. I done missed every damn thing. I just came here to speak and say what's up to you and what's up everybody in the chat, man. I missed everything. I don't know nothing you were talking about. I saw Malema. I like Julius Malema, but it's time for Julius Malema to go ahead and get his little military together and go ahead and run over the people he want to run over. They're the majority of the population. It's time to go ahead and run them over.
Hey, Bakari. Hey, check this one thing out. All right, I'm gonna let you answer that, then I'll kind of tell you. But this is the end anyway, so just check this one thing out. This is what Malema is responding to. This is the video I was telling you about from the president of South Africa, and they was kind of making fun of him on like Twitter and stuff like and a lot of people in this country is making fun of him. This the video though. They was like, I ain't never seen him smiling so hard.
Efshini, Dumela, Suabona, Molo, Molweni, Nda. Mr. President, welcome.
They was like, yeah, he always serious. So Malema, like, because he just got caught up in the scandal, and he got caught up in the scandal, and he just got in trouble. And they trying to kick him out the nation for like doing some corrupt stuff, and he let his thing be discovered. They found out he was like taking money laundering, and we already know they work for other people. So Malema is like basically saying we should not let him speak for South Africans anymore. We should do what we have to do in that particular speech. Did you hear what I was saying, Bakari?
Yeah, but it was oh my bad. It was broke up a little bit, but I think I caught it. You was talking about how somebody been caught up in a scandal, money laundering. You talking about that Mobutu sitting up there smiling with the with the white dude up there with the white people from England. They new king, their king, not my king. I think that's their king of England. That's who you was talking about. They trying to run out the country.
Yeah, they are trying to get him out of office, and Malema is saying that he shouldn't speak for South Africa, and all the South Africans was laughing at him for like for being over there in the UK, smiling and giggling and stuff like that. And Malema has been on his neck for a while and saying he should he needs to be out of office because he let somebody steal from his farm or something, and he been money laundering. And so now they're trying to get him out for corruption, and Malema saying we need to make sure that he's not able to represent us at all, or if he speaks, we're gonna be there to make sure he doesn't speak for South Africa, kind of stuff,
Yeah, they need. I'm telling you, man. See, like it's a little different over there. I believe. I think it's just time. I know it is because they the majority of the population. They 88% of the population. Man, it's just time to create a coup and just take over. I'm just being honest. We're not in this position over here. It's completely different for us than it is for our family over there. So they should just get a coup and get them out of there. It's just that simple. Because you know what? If Malema was president and some white folks wanted him out, they would just pay some of them damn Mobutus to do a coup and get him out of there, right? So we just need to do the same damn thing. Get his ass out of there. Get them from over there. You understand what I'm saying? Take everything back, run their ass, take all the diamond mines, keep that damn money, and just be prepared for what's gonna come, and get yourself together and be prepared for what's gonna come their way. It's time for us somewhere in this world, us as a people, somewhere, to start building a military so Malema don't have to give those great speeches with 88% of the population. His next speech should be, this is what's gonna happen right now. Either y'all gonna go or we gonna get you out. It's just that simple, just that damn simple. That's my take on it anyway.
Yeah, and Bobby, I don't know why they hide your comments. I can't see till I look in the chat, but he's like, here's the problem. We think white extremists are just crazy white boys. We think that the whites who run the government are not them. Exactly. You know, they or the school districts are not them, you know what I'm saying, which is important. And we have to realize white nationalists, so-called extremists, are shock troops for the white power structure as a whole. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not even about individuals, it's about the whole structure. And that's the main problem. We think we are American citizens, so we buy into the illusion. It's hard to communicate reality to a house Negro. Yes, I agree, my brother. And I don't know why they block your comments, but yeah, Bakari. So basically, and this is the end. I want to do one more thing just to kind of piss off the people who like mad. And I'm gonna put the link in the chat because I said before, and obviously Bakari got on, so I ain't had to do this, but I'm gonna do it anyway. But if anybody want to prove me wrong or got a problem with what I'm saying, you always welcome to come on here. It's just that they never do. But if I'm so wrong or you got a problem with what I'm saying, then come on here and just you know, prove me wrong. That's all you really got to do. But Bakari, I was showing how, you know, because we like to be like, yo, this racism thing is a construct and it's just in America. But like Bobby said, this quote unquote white right wing, you know, the white extremist thing, these is just a bunch of white boys who's on some you will not replace us stuff, and it's everywhere. It's France, you know what I'm saying? People think France is cool. They had the French flag on their pages and stuff before. They got the Ukraine flag on their pages now. You know what I'm saying? Who was we just talking about? Germany, and 25 people, they just arrested 25 people in a coup to they was about to take over Germany, because like you was just saying, like, we need to do this was their plan, and they was actually going to do it in a system that actually protects them, you know what I'm saying? And I'm showing their response and our response, and then we wonder why we still in the same situation, you know what I'm saying? So that's pretty much what I was showing, you know. So, you know, I don't know if you got anything to say.
That's why, but that's why I say we need to be a different response, especially where we're the greater number by a huge majority. You're a greater number by huge numbers. So it needs to be it needs to be a different response. We need to have different responses here to things. We need to respond different all around the world. You understand? So if people want to march, go ahead and march. I ain't gonna be mad with you. I'm not gonna march. The last marching that I truly respected was when I saw the NFAC out there. And and that's me. But we should have had a crew working in the background. So make it seem, you know, we got 5,000, we got 10,000 of them in every state, 50,000 people just like that in every state. And that's how it should be, because it's time to change, because, you know, we have to protect everything about ourselves. We have to protect our money. We have to protect our culture. Everything about us, we have to be able to protect our women, our elderly, our youth. The men have to be able and willing to protect each other. So there's a lot of different responses that we need. We have to have different responses to everything, and it's gonna come with organizing, and that's our thing. I remember Dr. Amos Wilson said one time, we're not outnumbered, we're out organized. And that's our biggest thing, lack of organization. And once we organize, I know we're gonna do things better. We're going toward that way now. We just have to completely organize, man. And I you.
Yeah. Yo, what up, Erica? Yeah, absolutely, my brother. And I think that the fact that we don't know how much organizations we have done and how much success that we have had has in recent years led to the destruction, and in recent years led to arguments that hasn't been constant in our history, even though we've had some similar arguments, but not the ones that we're having now. And even with the gender wars and all of that. And I think that including saying people don't exist, or they work for some kind of agency or something like that didn't even exist or had nothing to do with it, because we have a lack of understanding about who we are and the things that we can accomplish. And we've been beat down with this propaganda that Black people are bad, like what I showed with Haiti, what Bobby was saying. It's just their narrative. The Black people are savages, and this white savior complex, you know what I'm saying? The John Brown complex that we suffer with. And that's why I talk about the John Brown complex, because we suffer with the John Brown complex. So, Bakari, and I was going I want to show one more thing before I get off here, Bakari. You kind of on here at the right time, you know what I'm saying? Because I know people get what I say about the cookout stuff misconstrued, and maybe some people really think I'm talking about a real cookout. But
hey, before you continue, before you go, you talking about John Brown complex and the white savior. I'm gonna send you a video. I just want you to show it. Start at 2 minutes and 40 seconds on it. While you showing that, I'm gonna email you a video, and just if you can, just show it and start at 2:40. It's basically what you're talking about now. Similar anyway.
Yeah.
If that's cool.
All right. So let me show you. And when people say I'm talking about like the cookout, they think I'm talking about something that's like real, but it's you inviting people into your circles, you know what I'm saying, that don't belong. And some people take some of the things I say personally, and it's not to be taken personal. I'm just telling y'all certain things that is a fact that you can't, you know what I'm saying, deny it. And the truth is, and you can look at history and realize that you have no friends, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, the link is in there. Anybody is always welcome to come on and prove me wrong, you know what I'm saying? But I want to show you this, you know what I'm saying? So this chick right here says why Latinos vote different from us, you know what I'm saying? Because they've accepted this social construct that doesn't exist, you know what I'm saying? And they use it to empower themselves. And guess how they do that? By using your friendship to boost them up, you know what I'm saying? And then using it against you to destroy you. So let's hear what she says about why they do that.
I want to talk about Latinos, because that's always the big surprise, right?
Charlemagne, Charlemagne, so do I. Go ahead.
I mean, the Latino vote was split, right? With 43% voting for Republican Brian Kemp. So why does the Latino vote differ so much from the Black vote?
Because we got our own white people.
Oh.
And people don't understand that we have all, and the assimilation possibility for Latinx, Latin
La Raza
people is higher. People can come from other parts of Latin America, marry white as like they're told to do, assimilate and assume a white identity that Black people cannot escape from. So they will continue to vote in that way because to them that's upward mobility. And unfortunately for us, success means being patted on the back. Not all of us, because y'all gonna go crazy on Twitter. I ain't got a Twitter, so it's okay. But they get the pat on the back from white people, and they feel like that's what being American is. Damn. And that colorism is real in our community. It is real.
Jamal, what you think?
Yeah, I think Republicans do a better job of telling the story of upward mobility, and sometimes Democrats, particularly historically, we've been poverty pimping our communities. Yes. So there are certain aspects.
Right, so she's pretty much telling you, you know what I'm saying, La Raza, you come here, and they do this in their own countries because we saw it, Argentina, you know what I'm saying, Mexico, you know, all these places. You know, you see the black Dominicans saying, I'm not black, I'm Spanish, you know what I'm saying? When they certainly are not, you know. And she's telling you, they come here and they do this, they identify with this construct that doesn't exist in order to maintain a system of power, you know what I'm saying? And so they can get their slice of the pie while we're fighting for them, you know what I'm saying? Fighting for everybody but ourselves, you know what I'm saying? Because the truth is we have no friends. And I was watching, you know, this episode of, you know, the show Atlanta. And, you know, not even that I'm interested in the show, but they had an interesting episode about reparations, you know what I'm saying? And they was talking about how people were suing former slave owners, you know what I'm saying? So the main dude, his wife was supposed to be white the whole time. But then when it came to the reparations loan, she turned back to Peruvian. You know what I'm saying? So how they play both sides of the fence, and you sitting there thinking that other people are your friends, but you go after your own. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Bukar, you want to say something about that?
You know what? That is something we discussed before. How they need white acceptance and how they don't deal with the black people in their own country. And I don't understand why we always want to try and cape for them. They don't like that lady there. She's African. You can look at her and tell she got African in her DNA. She black in her Dana. But I'm glad she said, you know who else talked about it? You know, the actress Rosie Perez, she talked about it. And she was talking about how she was proud to be black, proud to be African, but in her country, how they just discriminate against black. But for some strange reason, black people think they have to cape for everybody, black and brown. You don't ever hear no brown people, whoever these brown people are. Whoever the brown people are, you never hear the brown people screaming, brown and black. You understand what I'm saying? Everybody is concerned inside of this social construct. Everybody has figured out it's best for us to be with ourselves. You find black people trying to convince you that race is a social construct. That's basically a search for white acceptance as well. If we just say everybody the same and we start teaching that, maybe we can convince white people that they are the same. That's my take on that. Race is a social construct thing as well.
Yeah, and Bukar, you know what? You know when they was screaming black and brown, when they was getting stuck in them cages and getting kicked out the country, then all of a sudden it was black and brown, because something else that they know is that black people love everybody and will do everything to help everybody. You know what I'm saying? And other groups take advantage of that and they use you for that. So yeah, they definitely say black and whatever when it's time to get something passed for them, but they'll turn in a heartbeat, you know what I'm saying, against you, you know what I'm saying? So yeah.
Yep.
But yo, listen to her.
Exactly when they was doing it.
No, what'd you say?
No, that's exactly when they was saying it.
Man.
Want you to do something for them. But there's never any reciprocity.
Mm-hmm. Yo, but listen to her solution to how to end racist voting by them.
What about Stacey Abrams though, right? Because she's written like the literal playbook that has gotten Democrats elected all over the country, but it never seems to work for her. Why do you think that is, Ida?
She's in Georgia. You know, it's funny because Georgia is painted, it's like Florida, right? Georgia is painted like this black place because of Atlanta.
That's right.
And Florida, like, because of Miami. But Florida and Georgia are the same place outside of Atlanta and Miami. They're just one state connected.
Pause, please. I get sick and tired of people getting on these shows saying this bullshit. And I live in the Atlanta area. Georgia is not considered black, not even by nobody outside of Georgia. You have places in Georgia where there's black people, everybody. And even in Atlanta, the black people that are here, white folk run Atlanta. I'm going to be honest. And what pissed me off about it is because this was a place that black people could have run. Even if you fly into Atlanta, the name of the airport is Jackson Hartsfield Airport, right? Maynard Jackson. That's who they named it after, Jackson. Maynard Jackson, right? He was the mayor of Atlanta when they started building this grand airport a long time ago. They had no black construction companies with contracts. Maynard Jackson said he don't give a damn if the airport don't get built. If ain't no black construction companies out there, he literally stopped the work on the airport and forced them to hire black construction companies. You know what they did? When his time was up in as mayor in Atlanta, he had to go to Chicago because black folks wouldn't even deal with him for that. They turned on him. They wouldn't even deal with him. He had to go to Chicago and I was talking to my sister. She said, I know that name, Maynard Jackson, because my sister lived in Chicago. I know you know Maynard Jackson, because he had to go to Chicago and get a law because the people here wouldn't even deal with him no more. Because of that. Not the white, the black folks when the black folks there wouldn't even deal with him no more. And I get sick of these people because they can get a camera and people know them and they on TV or wherever the hell they're at, and they spin this narrative, even about Miami. When people think about Miami, don't nobody think about Miami being black. They think about Miami being Cuban. Yeah, Mike.
Yeah, Hispanic,
yes,
like her. Yeah, I agree, Bakari. I agree. But yo, listen to her solution for you down in Georgia. You know what I'm saying?
They will vote against their best interest, and that is what these candidates are preying on. And I think the solution is that all those black men that vote should smash all those white women who vote. They should all have a bunch of black babies and increase the black population. And that's how you fix Georgia and Florida.
I've been saying this for years. We gotta fuck our way.
All right. Oh, so all the black men in Georgia, go get a white girl in Georgia who votes, and that's your way out, because a white girl can have a black kid for some reason. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. It's a social construct. So a human can have a human, or I'm lost here, Bakari. I'm lost at this point.
That is the dumbest shit. The crowd getting hyped. Some dude setting up there on the panel. Yeah, that's what I've been. That is the dumbest shit. It is absolutely embarrassing for black men to sit there and let her get away with that shit. See, I ain't gonna call her no coon, because I just learned from Herschel Walker about a week ago. A coon is one of the smartest animals out there. So I'm gonna call them motherfuckers a Mobutu. They ain't smart enough to be a damn coon.
I mean, white girls can have black babies, Bakari. Because obviously I'm wrong for saying what I say, that mulatto people ain't black, you know what I'm saying? Because they're mulatto, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. I understand that people get their feelings hurt, but if I'm wrong, then you obviously are welcome to come on here and prove me wrong. But I'm gonna let this biracial, I'm gonna be respectful here. I'm gonna let this biracial sister, if I was biracial, I would say sister, speak for herself. And she said, she's speaking to black women who say, my kids are my biracial kids that I had with this white dude, or any other Filipino, white, you know what I'm saying, whatever, you know what I'm saying, that they are black. And this is her response, you know what I'm saying?
If you're a black woman and you feel this way, don't have children outside of your race. I am sick and tired of black women having biracial children and not validating them as biracial. If you want black children, have children with a black man. You're having children with non-black men, lying to them about their biracial identity, and that's what causes racial identity issues.
What? What? I don't see. If I say it, I'm wrong, Bakari. If I say this, I'm completely wrong, right? Because I'm telling them you can't deny the other part of their white dude. How a white dude going to spawn a black son, Bakari? Are you telling me we that warped in this world where a Neanderthal can give birth to a Homo sapien now?
Nope. Want me to tell you what it is, man? That's that feel-good history that when I talk about it, people get mad when I say it. That's that feel-good history talking about, we're just so genetically stronger. If anything mixed with black, that's that fucking feel-good history that don't even make sense. A black man with a white woman have babies, then had a black and white baby. A black woman with a white man and had a black and white baby. And anything else black is with, if the other parent ain't black, it has had a mixed baby. Those kids, but that's that. I keep telling you, that's why, and it's bothered people when I said there's a lot of feel-good history that Black people, we don't need the lies in 21st century to feel good. We can get rid of the damn feel-good history and just be honest. Because as long as we holding on to feel-good shit, we gonna still keep out here doing bullshit and make excuses for it so we can feel good. I agree with them a lot, old lady right there. That feel, long as it got some black, it's black because it's so genetically strong. That shit ain't true. That child is mixed. That child is mixed. You got mixed your strong genetics with some weaker genes, and now you got a mixed child. That's what you have. You don't have a black child.
Yeah, but the East Arab girl, the one that was just talking, Ada Rodriguez, just said that if you want to change things in Georgia, Bakari, go find you a white girl who votes for Warnock, you know what I'm saying, and then give birth to a black child, you know what I'm saying. So I don't know. I know.
And those people on in those two black Mobutus on the panel, that's all I saw as to it. Could have been another one. They didn't know either. They were okay. Well, you know, that's what I've been saying.
Well, you know what? I might get her black parent to come to the cookout to bring her a plate just for saying this. You know what I'm saying? Because you know what? She still can't come to the cookout. I'm sorry. You know what? You can have a conversation about can biracial people be allies if you want to. You know what I'm saying? And it's an interesting conversation, and it's a slippery slope. You know what I'm saying? And this is why I try to tell you there's a slippery slope. But I do think that without sanctions and consequences, until you at least build the institution, you know what I'm saying, you'll constantly get caught up to where you'll be confused or whatever. You already have a hard enough time with the ones who are black, and you'll be clearly evident that, oh, not all black people is black, but all mulatto people is black. This makes no sense, because clearly there would be some coon ones, but all these other groups are black. So something is just not adding up here, you know what I'm saying, for me, you know. So I don't know, man. Maybe this construct got me messed up in the game, you know. Let me let her say that one more time.
If you're a Black woman and you feel this way, don't have children outside of your race. I am sick and tired of Black women having biracial children and not validating them as biracial. If you want Black children, have children with a Black man. You're having children with non-Black men, lying to them about their biracial identity, and that's what causes racial identity issues.
Lying to them. That's what she said. You're lying to them by telling them this, Bakari, and this is what I'm saying. You know, that's I understand that this is a construct, but this construct is pretty well put together. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you want to act or do something to protect yourself, even if you think this is fake. You know what I'm saying? You just want to protect yourself for right now. And maybe, just maybe, they'll open their hearts up one day. But just in case they don't, you know what I'm saying, you want to be able to build like schools and like, you know, different kind of sanctuaries and like maybe a military or something to protect yourself, just in case this construct has been acted upon for 600 years, and there's a possibility that it could go another 600 years as long as you think that it's fake, you know what I'm saying, and we're going to wake up tomorrow and it's just going to go away, you know what I'm saying, because why would it? You know, who comes from the land with the most natural resources and the most abundance or whatever? It happened to be people, and I know you don't like me saying this, Bakari, but it fits in this situation. It happens to be the melanated people, you know what I'm saying? And let's be real, the groups in this earth, you know what I'm saying, are coming from mixing, you know what I'm saying? There are mulatto groups of people that exist in this world, you know what I'm saying? So you can say they have black features, but to say they have black features, you know what I'm saying, so does a black person, but you don't be like, oh, that person has black features, so they're black. You'd be like, no, they're black. But this person, even though they have white features, you got to be like, well, they have black features, so therefore I go by the one drop rule. You know what I'm saying? But no, I go by the one drop rule, and that means they're white. You know what I'm saying? Or Asian. You know what I'm saying? So, and that doesn't go for like rape like one time like 100 and some years ago. We're talking about right now. Well, we get to choose our identity and what we're going to do moving forward. It's time to build that identity, which is the point of learning who you are and what you represent. You know what I'm saying? You feel? But yeah, you want to say something, Bakari?
Nah, I'm good. Hey, K-Shaw, what part of Florida you from? I agree with what you're saying. Shit, we done touched on it. I ain't even got to touch on it no more. I agree. I agree exactly with what you're saying. It's crazy. We got to get past. We were taught the one drop rule. We have to get past. We were taught the one drop rule in 1850 and still live by the one drop rule in 2022. We got to get past that. We really have to get past that, man.
Yes, Bakari, even in the construct, you know what I'm saying? You can change things within that construct, you know what I'm saying? Even in the matrix, you can change something in the matrix. All right, so let me end it with one last thing, Bakari. Because speaking of reactions and how people should have reacted and did react, and who's working hard and who's disciplined and who's not, you know what I'm saying? Check this out, Bakari, because we've been a little bit around the world today, you know what I'm saying? America, Britain, Africa, you know what I'm saying? Check this video out when a dude exploring the Aboriginal village. So I want you to watch this. And I wish I could have found this video so I could play it, but I only found it on her joint. So yo, can you see that, Bakari? Let me.
I can see him. Yeah, I can see it. I can see it. I can see it.
All right. Well, once it stops, once it loads up, it's gonna play. That's why I want.
Laugh or cry, it's insane.
All right, hold on. There's a second part to this.
Hey, you should have found the one where that white Christian dude went out there to that black tribe. To that black tribe talking about he was going to teach them about Christianity in the Bible. And they killed his ass with them bows and arrows.
Yeah, I did. This one just happened. I just wanted to play this one. I did get that one too, though, Bakari. But I just wanted to show this one because, like, this is just, you know, recent. And I'm gonna show you. So he was out there, you know, with his friends. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna tell you what they were saying afterwards. But you know, so the dude in the video, he was like, "Yeah, I don't know whether to be happy, to be excited, or be scared right now, or what's going on." You know what I'm saying? So let me play the second part. They don't know about the vibranium under the ground right now, and they know about the colonizer history. You think they don't know?
someone chief. That is Nasara.
I'm the chief of this village. I represent my people. Welcome in, both of you.
That's amazing.
Now I'm gonna just play just a little bit what she said. You know what I'm saying? So, because I don't want y'all to think I said it.
Well, those are the videos, you guys, that the fact that they have not been seen or heard from since they posted those videos. You guys, honestly, I hope they're okay. I hope they're doing well.
Okay, so I'm not gonna go that far, all right? So obviously, right, they haven't been seen from or heard, you know what I'm saying, since then. And I don't know what was going on. It looked like they was actually getting welcome though, you know what I'm saying? But they haven't been seen or heard from since. But, you know, maybe it would be the reaction that probably people should have heard, you know, or had a long time ago of them people never coming back. And a lot of people on that video was saying that, oh, they got eaten. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, they were savages eating them and stuff like this. Let me tell you something. It is them who has the history of eating you. Like, I mean, even in civilized, quote unquote, the civilized thing that they made us, right? Because if you read it, they ate us. They forced us to eat each other, especially if you was like rebellious or something. And they have the history of cannibalism, not you. You know what I'm saying? So it's likely that if they come on that island, they eat them before that people got eaten. Now, if we were smart, we would know that none of those missionaries who came in the first place, or none of them curious, dumb white boys like him, if they would have never made it back, you know what I'm saying? Maybe it would have been a different story. So I don't know, man. Bakari, what you think about that video?
Yeah, hopefully they know about the history and they wouldn't accept it. Hopefully we have learned to run some tricks. That's all I'm gonna say. Hopefully they ran tricks by greeting them, saying, "What's up?" And they thought everything was cool.
Yeah, apparently everybody said they've been missing since then, so I don't know. Let's just pretend like this was the end of the story, right? Well, like it should have been in 1440s, you know what I'm saying, before they could even make a doctrine of discovery, right? You know what I'm saying? Because right now, this is what we look like we don't know the history, and we jumping around celebrating the white man, you know, welcoming him to our neighborhoods, you know what I'm saying? Like, come save me. Well, now these days we're saying Asian dude or Arab dude or Hispanic dude, but ultimately, you know what I'm saying, our white John Brown savior complex takes over, and we're saying, come save us. And we look like that, dancing around, celebrating, welcoming him to the village, you know what I'm saying, or the housing projects. Well, the village turns into a housing project, and he takes all the resources that's around it. But let's pretend like this is the outcome of this video.
The new details that we're learning about the last days of that American missionary who was murdered on a remote Indian island. The 26-year-old dying at the hands of natives who were armed with bows and arrows. Authorities are now trying to determine if there's a way to recover his body. Searching. ABC's Lindsay Davis is here with more. Good morning to you, Lindsay.
Good morning, Paula. It is illegal to go within 5 nautical miles of this island because the inhabitants are known for aggressive behavior against outsiders. But John Chow, an American missionary, told friends he was drawn there to spread the word of God.
This morning, new details are emerging about the final days of John Chow, the American missionary believed to have been killed by an endangered tribe on a remote island in the Indian Ocean. In a journal given to the Washington Post by his mother, the 26-year-old who traveled the world preaching Christianity and documenting his travels on Instagram wrote about illegally making contact with the Sentinelese, a small indigenous tribe that has resisted contact with the rest of the world. In that diary, the missionary talks about trying to engage with the tribe, offering them gifts while singing worship songs. But he says the initial contact didn't go.
Yo, what's the song, Bakari? What's the Jesus on the Main Line song?
Jesus is on the main line. Tell him what you want. Tell him what you want right now.
Then he got hit upside the head with a bunch of arrows.
Because the initial
because they were singing praise the Lord and pass the bows and arrows.
And They were saying praise the ancestors and pass whatever we got to make sure we good, and that's what that just happened to have. So
didn't go well. I'm scared, he writes, watching the sunset, and it's beautiful, wondering if it will be the last sunset I see. Lord,
almost like yo, Bakari, it sounded like almost like they was luring him in, like he was good, like that last tribe was doing. Like they thought they was good and being welcoming in, and he was like, "Oh, this sunset is beautiful," but I don't know if this is gonna be the last. That dude was like, "I don't know whether to smile or be scared." You know what I'm saying? Ultimately, it was his last sunset. So, you know, there you have it.
wondering if it will be the last sunset I see. Lord, is this island Satan's last stronghold where none have heard or even had the chance to hear your name? Chow reportedly left the 13-page journal.
Imagine that. The last place that I hadn't colonized, I hadn't heard the name Jesus. Not even Yahshua or Yahweh or, you know what I'm saying? None of those names, but that hadn't heard the
Yahweh
name.
Yahweh been with Yahweh Shah.
Yeah, I don't think he heard of that name. That's the problem. And this may be the last place on earth that hadn't heard the name Jesus. Can you imagine that? Well, we don't have to imagine it because colonization is definitely it may be constructed, but it's been constructed for real. So
With the fishermen he allegedly paid to take him to the island. Those fishermen were arrested for helping Chow get to the island. Contact with the tribe is illegal. Even after the 2004 tsunami, a member of the tribe was photographed on the beach firing arrows at a helicopter sent to check on their well-being.
Yo, Bakari, I don't mean to mess with you a little bit, but yo, imagine if this was like, let's just say this was Deion Sanders and the helicopter was Colorado State, you know what I'm saying? And we see Deion Sanders standing on the beach firing arrows at the helicopter.
Hey, make sure you play that video I sent you, man. I showed you where to start at.
Okay. All right.
Member of the tribe was photographed on the beach firing arrows at a helicopter sent to check on their well-being.
His desire was to befriend them. He brought gifts to them, but unfortunately, as we now know, that didn't happen.
In his last journal entries, he appears to struggle with whether to abandon his quest to convert the Sentinelese. I think I could be more useful alive, but to you, God, I give all the glory of whatever happens. Forgive any of the people on this island who try to kill me, especially if they succeed.
Despite his...
All right, so he said God forgive him. All right, Bakar, I'm gonna bring it up. Let me see what it all right, and then we're gonna wrap it up. All right. Yo, you hear me, Bakar?
Yeah. I can hear you. I hear you. I'm just waiting on you.
All right. I'm gonna pull it up. All right, okay. Now, Bakari, I was trying to end on something good. I'm gonna pull it up, you know what I'm saying? I was trying to end on something good because I ain't gonna lie, bro. We gotta let this go, you know what I'm saying?
Right. just play it 2:45. It fit the show.
All right, yeah, talk for a second because my computer keep freezing on and off.
So you got to let it go. It's let it go, but it fit your show, man. It fit what you were talking about. Undisciplined. That's the name of the title. Undisciplined. White acceptance. You done talked about all this and this thing, right?
Yeah, but I'm talking about our reaction and like us not reacting the same way to the same thing happening over and over. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I'm saying. It's time for us to change our stuff. Like that's the point of like us knowing like our history and where we come from. You know what I'm saying? And
we have to know where we come from. We have to know who we are.
Yeah, I feel you, Bakari, but we do gotta let it go, though, Bakari. We do gotta let it go, bro. But I'm gonna play it.
I'll let that go. Why? Because I'll let that go. Wait a minute. I'm gonna tell you something, folks. I'm gonna let that go when y'all let the Jews go. Y'all gonna let the Jews go? See?
No.
See,
We stopped. When the last time I talked about Kyrie Irving, Bakari?
That's what I'm talking
No,
about.
I said the Jews. I ain't say Kyrie Irving. I said the Jews.
No, if another situation come up, just like if another brother do something, we'll talk about it and then move on. You know what I'm saying? Like I ain't talking about that situation no more because we moved on. You know what I'm saying?
I ain't even talking about the situation, but I just want you to see this though.
See, I know. See, and because you also kind of doing the thing like, yo, well, we got to go in on the black people. Let's not go in on the white people. So we got to target the black people. You know what I'm saying? You know, let's make sure we like. So you're telling me, you know, to not talk about the Jews, but like to talk about black people. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know,
because we can't. You see what K. Shaw? We ain't letting nothing go. See, the thing is right because
now
we
with
can't.
other groups.
But see why this.
So
But
because you
right?
telling me you shouldn't forgive so you will forgive a Jewish person before you would forgive a black person?
Who said anything about forgiving?
No, you said because you did. You said we gotta let this go if you let this go. You just put in a black person on the same level as them.
Yeah, a black person, a Mobutu can be on the same level as them.
And Deion Sanders at that, as the same level as the Jewish person.
A black person can be on the same level as them. Ones that sold you out for. I'm just saying, and I was just saying, look at the video. And I know it bothers folk because folk we don't want to understand that. But see, for me, this is not. I told you what's more important to me.
No, I'm playing it, but we also talked about it like, you know what I'm saying, like 4 times, you know what I'm saying? Like it's okay, like, you know what I'm saying, he gone, like we understand, you know. But I'm gonna play it though. I'm gonna play it and then you point out everything, you know,
but that ain't watch this, but that ain't even that's not even the point.
Okay, Bukari. All right, so let me go ahead and play because you know I'm gonna go ahead and play it. So go ahead.
Hey, look at the screen.
Yeah. Where you started at?
It said 245.
Got 240. Look at that. That's all I wanted to see right there. Was the rest of the crowd. You talking about letting somebody? What's the difference? You talking about letting the only black folk was there with 4 people.
Yeah.
The only black folk was there. That's a problem for us to have that mindset.
Yeah, I agree. All right. Yeah, go ahead on it if you want to, my brother.
That's now you know I don't want to talk about it. I'm gonna talk about it on my channel. You don't want to talk about it. I'm gonna talk about it. I'm gonna talk about it on my channel. I'm gonna let y'all have.
Talked about it like 5 times in a row.
I know. Wait a minute.
Hold on, time out. I talked about time out. What I say about the Jews on this show?
Can I finish? I'm gonna let y'all have the Jews. I'm gonna have the Mobutu.
Okay, I get it. You gonna go after other black people while we go after
I'm gonna get the
Mobutu.
Mobutu.
We got you. You gonna go after black people while we go after the real enemies, which is what we're talking about in the first place. You know what I'm saying? Knowing who we are and all.
So ain't no black people your real enemy. None.
Am my real enemy? You talking about my real enemy?
People. Yeah. Ain't none of them.
No, I'm gonna tell you the difference between me and you. Like the plan is to go after the power structure and the black people in the way, then they get is whatever. Your plan is to go after the black people. Stop. Let some more black people grow to be in that position. Go after them. Stop. Let some more black people go in that position. Go after them. Stop. And after 600 more years, we never actually go after the real person who's creating the environments in the first place that creates this whole system of the whole point of the whole system that created the HBCUs that we're arguing about, or the systems of whether we underfunded and we don't have the money as a general population as much as other colleges do. So yeah, like the whole structure that's behind all of that stuff is the definitely the top priority. You know what I'm saying? Not even individual like white people. I don't even care about them as far as individuals.
But let me ask you a question. Which one do you think you could get to change first? Do you think Jews or any of them gonna ever change, or do you think we can get? Who do you think we could get to change first?
Neither Jews, one of them.
Because they go.
Neither one of them.
No,
I
it's
think
not.
you're gonna have
Oh,
to. I think you're gonna have to destroy the system in the first place. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have to do what you got to do to destroy it. You ain't gonna convince them, obviously, because it's been a very long time and we haven't convinced them. You know what I'm saying? And we're not going to convince the shysters to do anything. You know what I'm saying? Why would we even try to convince them to do anything? You know what I'm saying? But why would we also try to convince, you know what I'm saying, them to like other black people not to, like, you know what I'm saying?
Because I
Either
want
one
to
of them going
convince
to change.
because I want to convince the youth.
Yeah, and the only way to do that is by
I
building
want to
something
convince
that
the
can
black.
compete.
I want to convince the black youth.
Yeah, but by building something that can compete against the thing that they're falling into, you know what I'm saying? Like the whole thing
I want
that
them to
creates the
understand we are.
structure. It's easy to say that, but yo, it's hard to get somebody to join you and not do whatever when they get hungry and they know they got to go to somewhere else to get resources. You got to be able to provide something to be able to compete. You know what I'm saying?
So my goal is to teach the youth that we are the resource. That's my goal. We the resource. That's why I always say black people way more
So how do
important.
they capitalize on being the resource? How do they capitalize on
anything? How do they capitalize on it? You capitalize on you being a resource by keeping your resource to yourself.
No,
That's how you capitalize. I'm saying that's how we capitalize on us being the resource, by keeping our resources to ourselves. Stop giving your resources away. That's how you capitalize on the resource. That's how.
Okay. All right, Bakari.
That don't make sense.
No, it does until somebody get hungry and then you like, yo, keep it to yourself and don't, you know what I'm saying, do whatever, you know what I'm saying? Because you know how many people, like Bakari, you tell me all the time that I can't, and I agree with you too when you say it, like I can't get somebody to do something to jeopardize their position, you know what I'm saying? And you're right about that, you know what I'm saying? Like you can't just, you know what I'm saying, like you understand it in certain situations, you know what I'm saying, because somebody else is controlling the resources, you know what I'm saying. You got to be able to compete with that before you can ask somebody to do something, you know what I'm saying.
Because we don't understand that we are the resource. Nobody is controlling it. We just haven't taught it, and we don't have to understand.
Okay, so how do you turn? Okay, so you are the resource, and this is, and you can give a great example. You know what I'm saying? Because you do it yourself, as you being the resource. How do I turn that into something tangible to eat? You know what I'm saying?
How do you turn something tangible into black people? By supporting one another. You turn it tangible into something to eat if we supported one another and we're the resource. So now we don't have to go nowhere else. You don't have to go nowhere else looking for a job. That's how you turn your tangibles into something to eat.
No, I feel what you're saying. What I'm trying to get you to say is like a practical way, like kind of break it down. Like, yo, for me, how I'm a resource, I realized, you know, my whatever with trucking. So I went out and got my dump truck and you know, just show people like, yo, the mindset, you know what I'm saying? That's why I'm like kind of asking you, like, how as you turn yourself into a resource where you don't rely on somebody else to eat, you know, even though we still actually do, you know what I'm saying, because we go to the grocery
the whole
store.
world, and that's the thing, the whole world rely on each other. And if we began to keep our resources to ourselves, a lot of the things that we talk about, a lot of the things that we'll talk about will change, not because they changed, but because we decided to change what we were doing. See, they ain't gonna change. They are who they are. And in the process of us changing things by changing ourselves, then, only then will we start seeing changes in this system for us. Is when we change, is when we say, you know what, I'm gonna drive past Hunji and Young. I'm not gonna go, I don't give a damn what a Chinese person selling. Like the other day we was on it on my panel. You say you fell asleep. I don't give a damn how about a Chinaman selling whiting fish, 2-piece whiting and fries for $6. I don't care. They can't get my money. But until we understand that, until we understand that, the resource gonna always lead. But that's the point. That's what we are gonna have to understand, that we are the resource. searching for someone else's acceptance is not, that's not Black success. So that's how, so that, see, me, it ain't banging on Black folks. It's showing Black folk. I have to be able to show them. Not just tell them, I have to be able to show them. And then you show them how it works. It ain't banging on them.
Hey, Bakari. Now look,
It's showing them something. It's showing them something different.
Bakari, listen, you was listening. You know I was going hard on that Kyrie Irving thing. You think I wasn't disappointed when he did what he did, but do you know why I don't go on like, yo, Kyrie Irving shouldn't have, and he no, because you know why? Because we, number one, I haven't created not one institution to be able to question them. You know what I'm saying? Like, we haven't done enough. I haven't, but myself, I'm gonna speak on me. I haven't done enough to question him because I haven't helped produce or whatever. Because right now there is not one institution in our name. You know what I'm saying? And number two, like you trying to like convince people, like no matter what I show, no matter what I do, everybody can agree with what I say until I be like, yo, you know, just this one inconvenience of not watching basketball, not watching TV, not going to a white store, not going to Kroger, but just not watching basketball, and people aren't willing to do that thing. You know what I'm saying? Am I gonna be like, well, let me keep banging it on Kyrie Irving to prove, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, well, we bow down, we got buck broken, and this is how weak Black men are because this is how buck broken we are. Because to me, I think that was a buck broken thing. They went out there and exercised the muscle, and they was not going to let him come down, even whether he did it or not. They weren't going to let him come back unless in the public image it looked like he bowed down. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not going to hold him accountable until we all do our got it. You know what I'm saying? You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that's why I say that's why I say I talk to the youth. That's why I try to do. That's why I say I like being in the streets talking. I very seldom talk to people over 25 years old. Very, very seldom talk to people over 25 years old. Because I'm trying to show the youth. I'm trying to show something that's if the youth our future, someone have to show our future. That's why I say when my son and his friends can talk about,
don't talk about my
when people when they talk, because to me they gonna be who they are. We can talk about them, but it ain't gonna change. But so I want to show.
I want to show. Just saying you was just want to show them, and they aren't gonna change. You think that Deion Sanders is gonna change? Obviously, people were saying he ain't gonna change. This is who he is before that, and he ain't gonna change. Obviously, you know what I'm saying? Like you're saying, you want to show them one thing, but not the other.
And guess what? See, but I can show the youth. Yes, I'm telling. Like so, then I can show the youth the problems with that. I can show that. That's why I said when I talked about my son who's a sophomore in college, and him and his friends talking about what they're trying to do and how they want to live and get land and all that at a young age. Those are the people I truly those are the people I try to reach. If that's the future, that's who I have to try to reach. They gonna hear other people. See, I don't have to talk about because they gonna hear other people talk about that. I just talk about what we need to do. Most when I talk to the youth, that's what I talk about.
No, hold on. I can't even let you say that, Bakari, because are you telling me that more people will sit there like Black people don't be like we are our own worst enemy and sit there and only talk about Black people? We sit there and talk about this all the time, Bakari. Are you telling me that if you look on here, you're not gonna see Black people? Oh, well, Black people, like that's all we say is we don't hold each other, and that's all we talk about is holding each other accountable.
I said what I try to do when I'm trying to reach the youth. I know what we do on here, and I know. Okay, watch this. I was looking at Bitter Medicine thing, and he put a community tab up, and where he put up one of D Web tweets on Twitter, right? And he was talking about, well, if you ain't entertaining and if you can't relate or so on, and he said a couple more things that you can have all the knowledge in the world and people just ain't gonna listen. But one thing I put on there, I agree, but then I also put on, I said he forgot drama and he forgot gender banging amongst black people. But see, that's social media. We gonna call each other out, or every time you do something. You know, I'm gonna tell you something, right? I'm gonna tell you something, Forecast. When you put your thing up about the water crisis in Alabama, right? You know the only reason people weren't saying Forecast is scamming, you know the only reason they didn't say Forecast is scamming? The only reason black folks didn't say Forecast is scamming is because Forecast don't have 7,000 or 8,000 subscribers. If you had 7,000, 8,000 subscribers and 200, 300 people watching you every time you do a show, everybody would have been like, Forecast is scamming. Me, I'd have been like, Forecast is not scamming. I know Forecast. But that's how it grow on social media. I'm talking about me outside of social media. I don't ever expect to grow on social media, but I'm talking about outside of social media. That's what I'm talking about for me, outside of social media. Showing Dion doing that was a good joke. was a good joke to me and to my homeboy who went to Norfolk State, who sent it to me. That was a good joke to us. He sent it to me laughing, then I saw it and laughed. It was funny to me.
Yeah.
And and to Erica Howard.
What'd you say? Oh, I
I
thought you
said,
were about to say that. I thought you were about to say
I said it was funny. I said it was funny to Erica Howard. That was a joke.
Oh yeah.
To us.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Bukari, and I'm not even talking about on here, you know what I'm saying? Because like that's a thing. Like, listen, bro, like and if you look off of here, we will have the smoke for ourselves, you know what I'm saying? That's why we don't really see we can see other people come in our community and harm us, or even open up stores within our own community, but we won't support our own brothers and sisters with our own stores. This is a very real thing when it comes to you know what I'm saying, their ice being colder, you know what I'm saying? And I don't think it's just online, you know what I'm saying? I think it's in the real world, you know what I'm saying? And I get what you're saying about
and we talk about that all the time. I don't mean to cut you off, but we talk about that all the time, right? How we don't support it. Anybody can just come open up business and we don't protect our neighborhoods. I got to do a show about this young lady who was just kidnapped from a black neighborhood. Remember I did the one on Kansas City, right? It was about just about a month ago. Showed another white dude in a black neighborhood. I forget the city. He kidnapped like 2 15-year-olds. I talk about that all the time too. Protecting the neighborhood.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, and we don't have the courage. That's why I wouldn't say like, oh, we don't need to talk about, like, because we don't talk about them. We only got the smoke for ourselves, and I think that is detrimental to us because we really think we are our worst enemy, and we only gonna take it as far to ourselves. But we know that it's gonna be some kind of punishment if we try to take it outside of our own communities. You know what I'm saying? And other groups is already outworking us. And they're telling you, you know, and when you was talking about you know, what he said, what D Webb said, you know, like even Khalid Muhammad said in the 90s, and we know he was a real one, but he was like, you know, you gotta be you know, you gotta also bring the information, but you also gotta have to capture the people's attention. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't saying like necessarily like entertaining, but he was, you know. You got to be informative in a kind of entertaining way to keep the people's attention. You know what I'm saying? Even Khalid Muhammad, you know what I'm saying, said something like that back in the day. And it's true to, especially now, you know what I'm saying? It's very true with so many options out there, you know what I'm saying? And there's so much comfort out there. And the more we go, it's more comfort. So yeah, I mean, you do have to be at least offer something, or, you know, be get the people to listen to you some way. You can't just expect them to listen just because, you know what I'm saying?
To me, that's sad. And I'm being honest. To me, that's sad, right?
Yeah,
I can't take real information unless you can give me a joke every time.
no, not
But
necessarily a joke though. It's being able to capture somebody, like being like, because if I speak, you know what I'm saying, to you, like I may know everything about computer science, but if I speak to you like I don't know what I'm talking about, you less likely to hire me as if I speak like with enthusiasm, like I'm excited about computer science. You know what I'm saying? You'd be like, oh, he knows what he's talking about. You know what I mean?
yeah, and I understand, and I understand being.
Yeah, information and inspiration. Yes, Bobby. Yeah.
Yeah, the inspiration, once you provide the information, the inspiration should be when you show them what we can do, when you show them that we are the resource. That's what should inspire. What's more inspiration?
But
What's more inspiring? I'm just saying, for me, what's more inspiring? You're the resource. We're the resource. If we do this, this, and this, and this, look what we can control. What's more inspiring? That or, hey, they owe us some money, so they need to cut a check. Now, me personally, I'm just gonna say, for me personally, what I can do is more inspiring than to me sitting around talking about, arguing with them about, I'm gonna wait for them to cut a check. Me being a resource, what we can own and control, is more inspiring.
No, Bakari, the truth is though, you know what I'm saying? Like hearing a good speech can be inspiring, but you know what, and we talking about the real world. When I'm hungry, the most inspiring thing is the thing that helped me get, you know what I'm saying, be able to eat, you know what I'm saying? And this is what people, you know what I'm saying? There's very few people that is going to go hungry for the greater good, especially if they have children. And it's like MV2 said before, like Elijah Muhammad, he spoke and he was inspiring. But you know what? If I'm hungry, I'm gonna eat tonight, and it might even be pork. I'll listen to Elijah Muhammad next week, and I may even join once I become stable. But I'm hungry tonight. You know what I'm saying? And that's going to determine a lot more decisions than just whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, we should just, you know what I'm saying, whatever, because you should just listen to me because I said so. Because if somebody else is like, and that's why we lose so many people to the money, you know what I'm saying? Like, because they control, like they tell you what kind of seeds you can buy, you know what I'm saying? What you can grow, what you can do with the land and the earth and all of this stuff, you know what I'm saying? Like, until you are able to like give people ability to sustain themselves, to sustain life, you know what I'm saying? Like, that is the problem, you know what I'm saying? Like information is good, is valuable and all of that, but like survival is the number one instinct of everything in the universe. So like that is the most inspiring thing, you know what I'm saying, that is going to make people make people's decision, whether it be to get 500,000 or 5 million, you know what I'm saying? So,
Well, ain't nobody telling nobody don't eat. But you can also inspire them and show them what you can do with that money that they're getting from other people, other than saying invest in their stuff and make them richer. You can also show them how you can invest in yourself. And that's my goal. and that's my goal. That's why I say I deal with, when I'm out in the streets, I talk to mostly youth. And I'm just, because that's my goal. That's who I'm trying to inspire. I ain't telling nobody to go home. But I'm also telling them, while you on that job, it's in the system that you want. You can put your money together and you can do the things that you want to do to create what you want. I ain't telling nobody to go hungry, but you use theirs to build yours.
Yeah, I feel you. So, hey, Bakari, let me ask you one more question, because so we can wrap it up. I don't want this one to be long. So let me give you this scenario, right? Say 3 years from now, we found out that Deion Sanders was using a lot of his money to build Jackson State, you know what I'm saying, that he got from Colorado. You know what I'm saying? Like using their money to build Jackson State. Would you be cool with that?
If 3 years from now we found that out, this is a hell of a hypothetical. So yeah, I would be cool with that. Just like I'm cool with
You make that excuse
Booker
for
T.
Booker T. You make excuse for Booker T.
That's what I was just
Washington.
gonna say. I said I would be cool with that, just like I was cool with Booker T. You didn't hear me when I just said it. You didn't hear me when I said it. Yeah, I would. Yeah, I would be cool with that. I would absolutely be cool with that. And another reason I show that, now that was funny to me, but another reason I show that, over a coach leaving, I see how people has fallen out with one another over a coach leaving, and how, let me say it, how, because in all honesty, how black people on black YouTube, since that's what they call it, the bigger channels, has chopped up a video and has been insulting toward Jackson State, and making up lies to where Jackson State administration had to come out and show things and show how they have lied on Deion when Deion said Jackson State was stealing from them, and even had to show what the contract said and how Deion got paid, and there was never any money stolen. So, and I'm just being honest, this has only come from black YouTube channels that chopped up a video. And so now with Deion, you say hypothetically in a few years, but how about, like, because I'm gonna be honest, I also tell the youth, I know they're gonna listen to it anyway, but I do tell the youth, don't listen to that, get away from that. You don't want to that ain't good for us. That ain't good for you. Because it just causes a lot of problems. So if me saying something about that is me banging, oh well, that's me banging, but I ain't banging on nobody. But some things have to be said. Some things literally have to be said, where you have told so many lies, where Jackson State administration have to come out and put some on social media to make black people on social media to be quiet, to stop lying, talking about, oh yeah, this is what HBCU is doing. This is why Deion left. They were stealing all his money. You understand? But that's me.
Yeah, I feel you, Bakari, but I'm just saying, like, I was just saying with that, John, we know Deion Sanders went to a white school. We know, that's a move that a lot of us would make. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. Like, we already know, like, you know, he like your boy is gone. You know what I'm saying? You took your L. You can't talk sports for a year. That's your punishment for it. You know what I'm saying? But you know, we gotta move on. You know what I'm saying? Like, and you know what I'm saying? Like, continue. Like you were saying, bury the man, continue to plan. You know what I'm saying? So you know, we just gotta bury the man and continue to plan. You know, that's all. You know. And then once your year is up, you know what I'm saying, hopefully you'll know a little bit more about sports and you can have more informed opinions and stuff. So, you know what I'm saying, we'll move on from here. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna hype up their next coach, whoever he is when they hire him. I'm gonna hype him up too.
Yeah,
and I'm gonna hype up the football, and I'm gonna hype up the football player that decided to stay.
Yeah, and you on strike indefinitely from talking sports anyway. So, and you know, you make excuses for Booker T. Washington, so you could forgive Deion Sanders in this case. You know what I'm saying? Because you never know what he's doing. You don't know what he's doing. It's like we didn't know what Booker T. Washington was doing. We make excuses for him, so you know what I'm saying. So it's okay.
We do know what Booker T. Washington was doing. Booker T. Washington built Tuskegee Institute, so I know exactly what he was doing. He built Tuskegee Institute with the money.
Okay.
And he didn't hide what he was doing.
So hold on, did Deion Sanders not put money in Jackson State? So he didn't build things in Jackson State?
No, he didn't put money into Jackson State.
He didn't put no money. He didn't put no money in Jackson State.
I can say endorsements came because of Deion. No, none of Deion money went into Jackson State. No, I can say that because I know that. No. The same way other universities get their stuff built is how Jackson State started to get their stuff built, was endorsements.
Okay, Bukhari.
None of his money out of his pocket. None of his money out of his pocket went into Jackson State. No.
All right. Okay. That's what you say. But
now he did bring endorsements, but I don't see. But
so he helped. So he helped the black.
But comparing Dion to
Dion never said Dion never said let somebody lynch you though. You know what I'm saying? So you're right. Dion didn't be like, oh, put your head down and
you know what you
never said that.
You know what you're absolutely right. Maybe he never said that, but you can't compare him to Booker T with what Booker T. Washington did.
Okay. I'm just saying how you gave excuses. I'm saying so maybe if you forget, like you could forgive him one day because like you make excuses with certain people. You know, that's all I'm saying.
What excuse did I make? Tuskegee Institute is still standing. So I would say, so Booker T didn't do good work with what he did. Tuskegee Institute is still here. And to try and compare what Dion did to what Booker T did is an absolute reach. That's an absolute reach, a long reach. You reaching a long way.
Yeah, I know Booker T never, never said no wild stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? He said some cool stuff, but never know stuff like that.
You reaching a long ways, folk. You reaching a long way.
No, I'm not reaching. I'm just asking you a question. Would you still? I'm just asking, would you still be mad? That's all I'm trying to figure out. How mad you are right now. I'm just trying to figure out. That's all.
I'm gonna be just like any other fan. Well, I'm not just a fan of Jackson State. I'm a fan of HBCU. So I'm gonna be just like any other fan. They're gonna be mad till they get over it.
No, I ain't nothing wrong with being mad. I'm just asking. I'm just trying to see how mad you are. You know what I'm saying? That's all.
I'm not mad. To me, I'm not mad. To me, that was fun.
And Bukhari, and this is the problem. This is why you got infiltrated cookouts, and you know what I'm saying. You keep running into all of these problems, and you won't listen. And I don't understand why you won't listen. You know what I'm saying? But it's okay. You'll figure it out one day. But all right, man. Go ahead and we're gonna go ahead and get up out of here, Bukhari. So yeah, go ahead and you know what I'm saying, close out, my brother.
K-Show, you right. Look what K-Show put in there. Hey, you know K-Show, they shut his channel down. Oh, not Tariq. You say Tariq, he do be trolling and just shit on black folk. I was talking about Tahawka Bay. They shut, Tariq had his channel shut down. And he said, Tariq, I thought about Tahawka Bay because Tahawka Bay was going in on him, calling him out because he needed to be.
Yeah, they can shut all of our channels down. That's the thing, you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying
Tariq had his channel. Tariq had his channel shut down. He said Tariq had his channel shut down. Just like Tariq put an order of protection against Brandon for talking about it. He served him with order of protection. They got to go to court. But you know what? The crazy thing is.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. What was you about to say? Go ahead.
I say the crazy thing is, you white, black YouTube, you see how black people on social media, you see how it's getting out of hand. Even with what I just said about having an order of protection against Brandon, somebody came on and they threatening, talking about what they finna do all online. I just think the shit is crazy. See, that's why I say I don't bang. When I say I talk about us, I talk about what we can do. That's what I mean about us. I don't bang. I don't want to bang on black people, but I will talk about what we need to do and what we can do. All right, Bobby. Man, I'm finna get off of here 4K. Look, man, y'all. Thanks for
Hey, Bukhari, real
go
quick.
ahead.
Yo, in peace, Bobby. Yo, real quick. Yo, what you think about what the question I was asking, like if a black curriculum, you know what I'm saying, a black studies curriculum.
I already answered. Yeah, that'll be great. If we could create a black curriculum, that'll be great. African American studies, that would be great. I absolutely agree with having a real African American studies. I heard a little bit, like I said, my son had come out work, man, and they came here talking to me. I heard a little bit of what the dude was saying about race being a social construct. That's why I asked, was hate a social construct? No, you can't have nobody like him teaching your curriculum, though. For the record, I'm just letting you know, you can't let him teach your curriculum. You might want him to be your teacher forecast, but don't let him teach your curriculum. He gonna mess it up.
Nah, we're gonna send him to a HBCU. He can fit right in. How about that?
Well, the young men I'm talking about buying their own land, they go to a HBCU. I'm just saying. That's where they go. They go to HBCU.
Well, they're not the teachers at the HBCU. You said the young men that go to. I said the teacher that's teaching there, he'll fit right in.
Yeah, he probably will. Because what the dude name? Because when you say that, do you know who Anthony Brown is?
Yeah.
Did you ever hear him talk about when he tried to go to Howard to teach what he be teaching about Egypt, right? Because he was trying to show how DC was designed after whatever city in Egypt, I can't remember. And he has a tour called Egypt on the Potomac. Did you hear? And he graduated from Howard. Did you hear him say they wouldn't let him come in there and teach that? Speaking of the HBCU instructors, you're absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct. Did you hear him when he talked about that?
No, I ain't heard that one.
Yeah, he was talking about that. And he graduated, I think he graduated from Howard, but he said he wouldn't let him come in there and talk about that and talk about his tour, Egypt on the Potomac.
Yeah, I mean, and a lot of schools and a lot of these places is bound by the curriculum, especially if they state sponsored. But like, some schools is on that all lives matter stuff, but like, I know a lot of them is bound by the curriculum. So, we can go off the curriculum and tell the truth about everything and everybody. So
yeah, you got to have your own. That is something that would be great. We gotta if you was to do that, that would be great. Then you pitch it, right? Once you do it, then you pitch it to some of the black institutions that you have, not necessarily HBCUs, right? But I'm talking about like some of the black schools that we have, like what the brother got down, and I got to give him a call because he said he's gonna come on my channel. The X Schools for Boys down there by Savannah. King Randall, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be great. That would be great. And you pitch it to somebody like him, let him see it, right? And you pitch it to somebody like Q Butter, who got a school that I donated to his school. I can't pronounce it though. The X School for Boys, I tried to donate. He said he ain't need no more donations at the time. So I was gonna ride down there and do some cleaning up. And he said he was gonna let me know when he needed. It's like he actually passed Savannah and Brunswick. It was like 5 hours from me, 6 hours. But I was gonna go down there and just get me a hotel, get up one morning, just go down there and go help them clean and do what they needed to get everything open. And he said he was gonna get back they open now. But he said he's gonna get back with me when they need the other stuff taken care of. Because he said he didn't need any money right now. So I was just gonna volunteer my time.
Yeah, and I closed the poll. I appreciate y'all for voting. 12 people voted. I guess 11 say yes. Maybe 2 or 1 said no. I can't see how many said no. It's either, I think it's 1 said no.
Man, you know what? I said no and put in there hell no because you ain't got no scriptures.
These are the, this is all this the development of scriptures here.
But I did not. Nah, you know, I didn't vote no.
Yeah, it say 91 to 8.
Yeah, 91 to 8. Yeah, I wouldn't vote no. See that, Bobby? You right. Got another one, and that's what we do if you can create it, because you know African American history. You like to study African American history from the beginning to now, so it would be that'd be great.
Yeah, I know a lot of things that people don't even talk about. And I think it's important, like how they be like, oh, black people own the black people in America first, you know what I'm saying, which is not even true, you know what I'm saying. But yeah, I know a lot of stuff that they don't even say, or like and I find it weird that they don't even mention how they used to have a tax on black women, like in the early 1600s. It was a brief intermission where it was supposedly equal, even though black people had lesser status. And nobody talk about how black women had a tax that no other woman had. So that was like the beginning of like the war on the black family, you know what I'm saying? Like to keep black men or anybody from marrying black women. If you married a white woman, you didn't have to pay a tax, or any other woman, or an Indian woman, you didn't have to pay a tax. But if you married a black woman, you had to pay taxes, you know what I'm saying? If she was over 14, you know what I'm saying? So I thought that was like crazy. That was like the first thing. And then of course, like they don't even really mention the slavery. If your mom was slave, then you're a slave, and the perpetual slave is the point, you know what I'm saying? We still slaves today, or they try to make it perpetual, you know what I'm saying? So
yeah, if you had a baby with a black woman, you're a slave. But if had a baby with a white woman, if a black man had a baby, that baby wouldn't be born a slave. I know that. I ain't know about the tax, but
yeah.
That's what created that. That's what helped create that one drop rule. You know that, right? Eventually, later on down the road.
Yeah, they had to, and this is the problem. Like, they had the same question of like, what do we do? Because they was raping black women so much, you know what I'm saying? And now the black, the black quote unquote black babies from white women would get killed a lot of times, you know what I'm saying? Or just or most of the time they get killed, and the white bitch get thrown out the colony and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying? But
and a few times they wouldn't kill. When they stopped bringing them slaves, they just started enslaving their own kid. They just enslave them.
Yeah, and they don't really talk about the how for a brief time she was a biracial chick though, you know what I'm saying? But she argued Elizabeth Granstead, you know what I'm saying? She argued she was a Christian, therefore she could be free, and her daddy was white, so she was mulatto. So, and the court forced the dude to raise her, and a lot of black people thought if you became Christians, you could be free. And that's why I was saying accept the ways of the Englishman, which is like dress like they do, talk English, accept Christianity. And a lot of people thought you could be free. And like the John Bacon's thing, they try to be like, oh, that's another John Brown. The first John Brown was the dude named the Bacon's Rebellion. You ever heard of that?
Yeah, I know the Bacon's Rebellion. Yep.
But
they were free for a minute, right? When they first accepted slavery, when it first happened, they were. That's how a lot of black people became Christians. So then they changed their rules because too many black people was coming Christian, so they changed the rule.
Yeah, and that only lasted for like 20 years, you know what I'm saying? Like, and that's why they were like the first black dude was a slave owner. It was a dude they called Anthony Johnson or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But by the time that he died, they took his land. He was in Virginia, but they took and moved up north, like to DC or something, or somewhere like that. But they took his land because he was a Negro. That's how quick that it turned, you know what I'm saying? That the tide turned from straight, to slavery, that we know today, where he could quote unquote own slaves and sue and have a black man return to him, you know what I'm saying, even though he was free. and to the point where they took his land, you know what I'm saying, from him, you know what I'm saying, because he was black. So, you know, but yo, with Bacon's Rebellion, real quick, you know that dude was that's why I talk about John Brown. You know, he was a rich dude who tried to get into the power structure of like colonial Virginia, but they rejected him. So then he really wanted to go after the Indians or whatever. So like he banded the black people and white people together to ride on the people who rejected him from getting into like the council or whatever, you know. And they try to make it seem like he was a John Brown, but he was really doing it for power because he was rich and all of that stuff. So, you know, but it's a lot of
You know what?
that do that.
You
They
know
try
another John Brown?
Who?
You know the Jefferson County War, right?
You said what?
The Jefferson County War?
No, what's that?
Oh, in Mississippi, you know, man, they did a movie about that. This white dude who owned his family owned slave, but he was poor, right? They couldn't afford but 2 slaves. And they ain't like the way the rich white people was doing them, right? So this was during the Civil War, right at the beginning. So he stopped fighting in the war because we fighting for rich people. And he was letting slaves run away and come and help him fight, right? Man, at the end of all that dude got all that land and got filthy rich. But hey, black folks love him. They did a movie about it. I think it was Jefferson County War. I think that's the name of it, the Jefferson County War. Yeah, he was another John Brown, but he was during the Civil War though. He owned slaves, and you should hear black people talking about, look how good he treated black people. I'm like, the dude owned slaves. The only reason he let them go because he got tired of fighting for rich white folks, and he still didn't let them go. He got tired of fighting for rich white folk, but rich white folk was just taking what he had during the war. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I ain't know about him. I ain't gonna lie, I do have a because we idolize like the abolitionists, but you know, most of them was like, oh, well, they was quote unquote Christians and against like they would be like Peter today, like, yo, we're against like animal cruelty. They're still animals and stuff like that, but most of them like they just needed to be guided by us and taught out of their savage ways. We shouldn't be enslaving them because we're damning ourselves. That's why they try to put Thomas Jefferson. But Thomas Jefferson had a whole nother angle. Like we wanted this to be a white nation, you know what I'm saying? And they try to make him an abolitionist, and that's what Bobby put it in the chat earlier. That book I was telling you about, Bakari, the Delectable Negro. They was telling you like how the people in New England who was known as the abolitionist state, you know what I'm saying? And they was the Pilgrims, and there's a difference between, and that's why people don't even get into. There's a difference between the people who came, what they all white people, so it's no difference, but it is a difference in them with the Pilgrims who came up north, you know what I'm saying? The Dutch who came up north, you know what I'm saying? The Spanish who came down south, the British who came, you know what I'm saying? And the Pilgrims was nothing but they was the criminals, you know what I'm saying? They was the first one to legalize selling children, all of that stuff. So like, and they don't even break it down like to like why they call it like 1619 Project, you know what I'm saying? Because the British ultimately is America, not the Pilgrims, not the Spanish, not the Dutch, you know what I'm saying? That's why they go by certain dates. And when they talk about how many people in the slave trade, look at the dates that they go by, you know what I'm saying? And it happened way before and way after, but there's a lot of history people don't really talk about. So like, yo, I just like, you know, I just had to put a lot of that stuff out there, you know what I'm saying? I didn't mean to go on like that though.
No, you good. No, you are good. It's not Jefferson County. I thought that was Jefferson County. Yeah, man, we love a lot of them. And when you go to talking about the slave, you can do how most of the people that they call them black slave owners was actually mulattoes. You know that, right? Or quadroon.
You notice all the books be like, yo, the black slave owners in South Carolina, they always got to have some kind of caveat because, you know, in a lot of states, mulattoes couldn't own anything. Black people couldn't even own pets, and free black people had to leave Virginia and stuff like that. But you couldn't even own pets and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, so let alone a slave. You know what I mean? Jones County, he said.
Oh yeah, Jones County. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Jones County. Yeah, I knew it started with a J. I was close. Jones, Johnson, Jefferson. It's the same thing. Started with a J, got an N and an S in it. It's the same.
Yeah, it's just the fact that they don't go into this stuff. Like, yo, the abolitionists that they try to praise, like in the Delectable Negro, it talked about how they used to have a culture of like eating us, even in this quote unquote culture of America, like when America was created already and it was supposedly against slavery. And you know, like they praise Abraham Lincoln like he was some kind of hero. You know what I'm saying? Like, and all the things he said and all the things he really did. You know how many people the Emancipation Proclamation freed? Bukhari, take a guess.
None.
Right, zero people.
None.
Right. But we put that, like I've seen like Black studies people say like, oh, after the Emancipation Proclamation, what did this mean? But yo, did you know that the Klan was made, the original Klan was before the 13th Amendment went into effect? The original Klan in Tennessee was created. You know what I'm saying? The first Black codes was on record before, like the 13th Amendment got passed, but before it was actually ratified and put into practice and protected in the law, there was Black codes on record in Tennessee. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I don't see them talking about that, but the fight that Black people did from early on.
Now you say the Klan. Now you say the Klan started in Tennessee.
Yeah. In 1865.
Now you know. Now now this is something I learned here in Georgia. How true, I don't know. This is something I learned. You know they say it started in. You know they say it started in Georgia.
No, the resurgence of the Klan. The Klan went away after Reconstruction. You know what I'm saying? It was a thing called Redeemer governments where white people took over after Reconstruction, and then the Klan went away. And then they had the that movie where they played in the White House, and then after that, it was the resurgence of the Klan in Atlanta, well, in Georgia. You know what I'm saying? That was the resurgence. It was that's the second birth of the Klan. That's the second Klan, same as the first. But...
Oh, okay, yeah, because they burnt their cross. They burnt their cross up on Stone Mountain.
Yup. Yeah, Nathan Bedford Forrest, the founder of the in Pulaski, Tennessee, and they had race riots down there originally. And the crazy thing, like, yo, that's what I'm saying. Like, people don't even know they had all of these things in practice, but they don't know that Black people, after every war, came back armed and was fighting all of these Klan members. You know what I'm saying? And they didn't just accept Redeemer governments. You know what I'm saying? Like, Black Wall Streets was everywhere. You know what I'm saying? And that's from Reconstruction on. But like Redeemer governments and all of that stuff is some people like I haven't even heard them mention Redeemer governments. You know what I'm saying? And the end of the Klan, it was a Democrat, because they like to be like, yo, it was a Republican that ended the I get confused now because they try to switch parties, but like it was a Republican that ended Reconstruction. 1866, yeah, 1866, yeah. But it was around the time of I know the 13th Amendment was 1865, but you know what I'm saying, the first Black codes was on record and the Klan was in 1866, like Bobby said,
Yeah, I thought Georgia was first. I didn't know Tennessee was first. I thought Tennessee was the second. Georgia was the second, was the rebirth, and Tennessee was the original. I thought it was the other way around.
No, you know how they be like, yo, Georgia is the worst, Texas is the worst, Mississippi is the worst, Chicago is the worst, Virginia is the worst, New York is the worst,
Florida, the United States is the worst.
Yeah, yo, it's all the worst.
My bad, I ain't mean to cut you off.
No, you're right. Yeah, you're right. It's all the worst. You know what I'm saying?
And you know what? And I hate when people say that. See, being down south, when they was talking about that shit, remember they were talking about Jerry Jones, punk ass?
Yeah.
See, you got to think about it. He was down south in 1957. That's just the way. Fuck you mean that's just the way it was? It don't make a damn different way it was in 1957. It don't make a different way it is in 2022. I hate when they try to separate it to try to act like one. You understand what I'm saying? Oh, they treated us so good. You see what I'm talking? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, yo, and that's the thing. You know why I know that I'm on time though? Because like I was just talking about the the Little Rock Nine, you know what I'm saying? And there's a movie called The Everett, damn, what's his name? It's Morris Chestnut in the movie. It's like the Evergreen, some green story. The dude who graduated from Central High School. Now Dre Jones was at the other high school, but I was literally just talking about this. And this video of the young sister out there, you know what I'm saying? What she get mobbed by a bunch of white people, you know what I'm saying? You could see literally what they was out there doing. It's video footage of all of this stuff back then, you know what I'm saying? And like, yo, all of that stuff is like easily, like you can go watch it right now. So yeah, I mean, the Colfax massacre, yeah, exactly. And that's what they say is 150. And that's another thing, you know what I'm saying? It's no telling everything because the records is so messed up, because the newspapers will say like 50. The police will say 25 people. The black community will be like 300 people. The National Guard will be like 150 people for all of these massacres, you know what I'm saying? And there's a difference between, I want people to understand the difference between a massacre and a race war is when a race war is when you fight back, is when you shoot back. You know what I'm saying? Like, so yeah, yo, a whole bunch of stuff, bro. It's so much stuff, bro. Like, yo, and that's why I was talking about, like, even on the Jack Johnson thing, you know about the Jack Johnson riots, you know what I'm saying, that happened?
No, I don't know about the Jack Johnson riots.
Bro, they was fighting all over.
I imagine they riot every time he beat a white man ass.
Every time, bro. But do you know that black people was whooping
and he couldn't even celebrate? Huh?
I was saying, I was saying, black people was whipping their ass during that time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but yeah. And black people, look, black people didn't just lay down. It's almost to the point where we're starting to lay down now. We're starting to lay down now. And when you say, people say black people's our own worst enemy, I don't say that. But I'll say it to you on here to keep a good debate going. But do I believe black people is our worst enemy? No, I don't believe black people is our worst enemy. But that narrative is pushed so much. That's why sometimes we can act as if we are, because of the things that we are willing to do to each other, but not willing to do it to nobody else. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. And it was a difference back then, because like the massacre Bobby talking about, like, yo, black people was like, yo, we're gonna stand up for our rights and do all of this stuff. And it was like the white nationalist organizations talking about, you will now replace us back then, you know what I'm saying? And they and this, all of this stuff like led to the Redeemer governments in 1877, because like if you notice, like there was a lot of black cities and black towns, and it was being run by themselves, you know what I'm saying? And they was fighting over that particular thing. I think it was like they happened downtown after like a Democratic convention or something like that. They got mad that black people was trying to be in the Democratic Party or something, or the Republican Party, you know what I'm saying? And then they just massacred a bunch of people, you know what I'm saying? But yo, it's a whole bunch of stuff. But also the successes, like Robert Charles of 1900, you know what I'm saying? Ida B. Wells wrote a book about this one, you know what I'm saying? How the brother ended up killing 27 white dudes. They profiled him, and the brother just wouldn't go down. Like, it's a story like you would find today. All of these stories is like you would find today, you know what I'm saying? Like, slavery was crazy. And I suggest everybody watch the movie Mandingo and Drum. Although no movie or anything can like capture the real essence of the stuff they really did. Everything they show is PG as hell, you know what I'm saying? But like, it's so much stuff, like, yo, it just go on and on, Bakari, yo. It's just crazy, Bakari. That's why I want to show all of this stuff, you know what I'm saying? Because even when with the massacre Bobby talking about, black people wasn't just sitting there taking it, you know what I'm saying? They was fighting back, you know what I'm saying? They just with power.
Hey, did you know that, when I talk about the farmers, what they did during the civil rights, their role in the civil rights, right? Did you know that they gave land to farmers in Mississippi and Alabama in like 63, some for reparations. Did you know that? So let me show you what they did, right? They gave them land that white people couldn't farm. They said the land was not fertile, right? They bought it from white people. They made white people rich, of course, and gave the land to black people, right? And what they realized was white people just didn't know how to damn farm. So the black farmers in Mississippi and Alabama at that time start coming up. And they were doing so good, you know, stuff was attacked. And they ended up, you know how when they was going around burning like the black courthouses and stuff, so black people couldn't have no records. You know about that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So that's how a lot of the farmers down south. That's one way a lot of the farmers down south, because the first place they did it where they gave them land, it may have been before 63 or 64, but the first place they gave them land, it was Mississippi and Alabama. Then they started giving, and they just thought, oh, don't care where they gave it, right? For reparations, they 40 acres in a mule. They gave land that was not supposed to be fertile. Man, and white people just didn't know how to farm, dude. They just didn't know how to farm. Think about who was the farmers doing slavery. Who was the farmers out there working on their farms, growing their shit? You know what I'm saying? They wasn't doing it.
Yeah, sharecropping too.
Yeah, so they wasn't doing it. So when they gave that land to black folks knew how to grow the cotton or whatever else they was growing on their land. They knew how to farm.
Yeah, but that's the thing.
So,
and you know that like literally and this goes to the I'm gonna just say ignorance that we have today. You know, that was literally a law that forbid black people from learning how to learning anything about plants, like how to grow plants, and like, you know, from learning stuff about plants. You know, there's a law on the books about that.
yep, you know, that's why they offer, what his name? Is it George Washington Carver? Is that his name? The black guy with the peanuts?
Yeah, that's
Is that his name?
Yeah.
You know, that's why they offered him you know, they had offered him, like way back then, they had offered him like $40,000 a year to leave Tuskegee, right? To go to Harvard. It was either Harvard or Yale and work, and they was gonna set up these nice facilities for him, do whatever for him at one of them white universities and set it up, and he can come show white people what he was doing with the plants, right? And with the peanuts. And he turned it down, and he stayed at Tuskegee Institute for like $5,000 a year. Between $5,000 and $10,000 a year is what he was making there. They tried to get him from there because they didn't want black people to learn.
Yeah, but I mean, that was even like even before, like hundreds of years before, like doing slavery. You know what I'm saying? Like 1700s type stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, do you know why they stopped black people from learning how to learning about plants?
Why?
Because they thought black people was poisoning them. And they probably was. They most likely was. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I was just getting ready to say that, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know, George Washington's wife did that. She thought she was being poisoned, and I hope they was doing it actually. But they had so much paranoia though, you know what I'm saying? Like, and we knew about plants and they knew how to kill them without leaving no trace, you know what I'm saying? And that's the thing about black women being on the front lines. Front lines is not always, you know, busting the guns, you know what I'm saying? They was on the front lines in different ways doing slavery, and I don't see people talking about that, you know what I'm saying?
Yep, you know the thing. Yeah, they was on the front line. You know, they paranoid now. They're not as paranoid as they once were, but they're still paranoid now because they're wondering how we did all this to these people and they ain't even tried to do nothing back. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So they're always on edge. They're always on edge. They're waiting on something to happen. That's why they have so many guns and bullets. And I don't know why we don't have as many guns and bullets as we can get, but every black person in 2022 should have guns, even if it's just a handgun. Even if it's just a handgun, have you about 1,000 rounds for your 9mm. You know, I don't see how none of us don't have something. I don't see how every black person should have something. Ross said her family paid for their land. They didn't give them a team. I got you, Rob, but I was just saying how they did give some of them 40 acres. My family bought their land too. They wasn't giving nothing either. But I was just watching this thing because they were talking about the black farmers' role, and they talked about that. And you know why they had to burn the courthouses down South Fork at? And couldn't just go in and take the land from them?
Why? Because of the records?
No, because black folks they burnt the courthouses for the records. But you know, they ain't had to burn no records before. They could just go take it, right? Going there with their gun. Black folks, and they ain't know why they need the law, but they still went by the law. But black folk, when they were having all them kids, they were having, each family in the neighborhood was having at least one child from the family go to school for something. Somebody would go to school for law. Somebody go to school to be a doctor. Somebody going to be a school teacher, right? So, man, they had people going to school, and so one of them came back a lawyer and knew the law. Man, and black people down south on them farms start shooting back and start killing some of them. So they couldn't just go attack the farm. See, that's the part of the story they don't tell, right? When me and you always talk about this, that's part of the story they don't tell. They'll make it seem like they could just ride up and take something. But man, I was watching this documentary. Then the guy, I got the book. I listened to the book too after, because then the documentary they was talking about it. But man, it got to a point where black farmers was paying black people to have they had 24-hour guards around their farm, hiding in trees, and they were shooting white folk. That's part of the reason they had to go burn the courthouse. They couldn't just go in there and mess with the people's house no more, because the people started coming together. People was fighting back.
Yeah, and yo, that's been a common theme throughout the whole time. Like, it's so many like stories that I heard, like individual stories that, like, you know what I'm saying, that was just interesting to me. You know what I'm saying? Like we skipped through so much stuff. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I want to do this course. You know what I'm saying? And like Bobby said, like the Virginia and Massachusetts legislature passed laws in the 17th century to control Africa, and you know what I'm saying, it was definitely a race for that. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, just with the whole paranoid thing, you know, I forget, it was in the 1700s, but like in New York, like, you know how bad they are with building buildings, and like buildings just catching on fire. And they literally just blamed black people just because, and they lynched a little girl for a fire that got caused by itself. You know what I'm saying? And this is like the mind, like that's why I'm like, yo, there's no way that we can know the history and all the stuff that they really have done and still have the mindset that we do. You know what I'm saying? The types of laws that they passed, you know what I'm saying, during the 1600s, you know what I'm saying, during the because I mean, after the cotton gin was created, it got 1,000 times worse. They make it seem like, oh, after the cotton gin, you know what I'm saying, whatever, but it got 1,000 times worse. And how the Haitian Revolution, the influence that it had on America, and you know what I'm saying, them ending the slave trade. People don't know the slave trade ended in 1808. You know what I'm saying? And all of the, you know, everything that has happened. You know what I'm saying? Like the way that white bitches used to, you know, because speaking of rape culture, I mean, yo, I can go on and on. I ain't mean to keep going like this, man, y'all. That's why I want to do this course. You know what I'm saying? Because there's so much things people don't talk about. You know what I'm saying? That I think that we should definitely know. You know what I'm saying? I know my brother Bobby knows, you know what I'm saying, all of it, but you know, just the type of laws, like, and then to go step by step instead of just looking at it through the eyes of a particular person, but to look at it step by step in your own eyes to see what actually happens before. We know what's going on now, but you'll be able to see step by step to see how it developed, you know what I'm saying, by itself without no kind of cloud judgment around you, you know what I'm saying? Like how they got the miscegenation laws, how they developed, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, 17, yep, the New York City slave rebellions, you know what I'm saying? How the poor whites used to be the most violent ones against you. How you were more protected as a slave in America than you were after the 13th Amendment because you are no longer somebody else's quote unquote property. All of this stuff. Like Bobby be knowing all of these things, you know what I'm saying? Ain't be knowing the dates, but there's so many people that don't know, you know what I'm saying, so many things. Like I asked Blakari earlier, do people know who the first slave technically and what they call the United States, you know what I'm saying? Like a dude named John Punch in 1640 before, like, I mean, you know, I'm sorry, Bakari, man. I can keep going on and on, my brother.
No, you good, man. I don't mind listening because I don't mind learning. If it's something I don't know, I don't mind telling nobody I don't know, and I don't mind listening, and I don't mind learning.
Yeah, I mean, like, I mean, people don't even know they had so many, they tried to make colonies here like 4 times. I mean, so many points through history, you know what I'm saying? Or the effect of other things on history. So we're gonna do this history course, and we're gonna take it step by step, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna try to make it like a legit course, you know what I'm saying? So we know that things that I think is important, you know what I'm saying, especially a lot of the laws from the 1600s and a lot of things that happened in the 1600s, a lot of stuff that happened in the 1700s, a lot of people don't know. Even in the early 1800s, I think a lot of people don't know. Yo, you know, Nat Turner was born the same day that I am in Richmond, Virginia. You know that?
Nuh-uh, because I don't know Nat Turner's birthday, and I don't know your birthday.
Well, his birthday October 6th, you know what I'm saying? And it's the same day, I think, who was Denmark VC, Gabriel Prosser, one of them, got put to death on the same day he was born, I think. And that brother was like he never spoke, you know what I'm saying? Man, it's so much things in history that we get misconstrued, you know what I'm saying, that we need to know about, you know what I'm saying? Jack Johnson's story is the story of us in America, you know what I'm saying? We cooned out like he was, you know what I'm saying? So
as long as you leave Booker T. Washington alone, you all right.
Nah, he said cast down your buckets, you know what I'm saying, and don't say nothing if they lynch you, you know what I'm saying. I gotta carry on Ida B. Wells, who was banging on all of that. Like, yo, people don't know, like, they think Rosa Parks, and she took it from a couple of students from Virginia, you know what I'm saying, young black girls, you know what I'm saying, and they had some of that mulatto stuff going on in that organization. But Ida B. Wells did that in 1880s. She bit a train conductor, a white train conductor, trying to tell her to get out the court, trying to tell her to get off the train, then fought the cop, you know what I'm saying, and then sued them and won, but they overturned it because they said she couldn't be a Negro because she couldn't be a lady because she was a Negro, you know what I'm saying. And we learned about Rosa Parks and stuff like that, but Rosa Parks kind of took it from other people, so you know.
Yeah, she wasn't the first one to do it. It was a little young 15-year-old girl who did it before she did. Yeah. Wouldn't get off the bus.
Mm-hmm.
I knew that about Ida B. Wells. And it's just, I can't think of the young girl, but they say she didn't fit what they were looking for because she was pregnant. You know what I'm talking about?
You said you said that again.
This little 15-year-old girl who wouldn't get off the bus before Rosa Parks.
Yeah, in Virginia. It was actually like several different cases, but you talking about a young sister in Virginia. She's still alive, actually, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, she was pregnant.
I don't know about being pregnant, but
yeah, it was one little pregnant one that and didn't fit what they were looking for.
Yeah, it was a bunch of students though, you know what I'm saying? I do know it was students. I don't know about pregnant, but Ida B. Wells. Early black families in America. Yeah, they talked about the first black family, I think, was in 1621. Now they had European kind of names because they had to sign their name something the Negro, you know what I'm saying? Pretty much the Negro, you know what I'm saying? But
What
yeah,
you know about Sojourner Truth?
Yeah, Sojourner Truth, she was the truth, you know what I'm saying, in the 1800s, you know what I'm saying? You know, she spoke out.
Shirley Chisholm.
Mm-hmm. And they try to make it seem like they was feminists. That's the important thing of, like, yo, it's hard to call. Like, she spoke, Ida B. Wells spoke out, and all of them, Sojourner Truth spoke out for Black women, but they spoke out for Black people. You know what I'm saying? Ida B. Wells used to call out white bitches, so to call her a feminist, you know what I'm saying? And she spoke up for Black men against white women. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of a reach. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, they always want to try to make like Black people were standing up for somebody else when they were standing up for themselves. They want to infiltrate, give you a couple of dollars, then they want to spin your narrative. You understand what I'm saying?
Right. But yeah, a great reference, a book by Lerone Bennett on early Black families.
That's what they did to Mary McLeod Bethune.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they did to her.
Yeah.
Tried to spin her story, make like she was for all women.
And that's what I'm saying. Until we start controlling the narrative and really telling the story step by step. From Angola, you know what I'm saying? And they was the first Black people they counted, because it was already Black people that was brought over here by the Spanish, you know what I'm saying? Black people before that too, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, they say it's from Angola. And then you got the first Black family, I think it's like Antone something and Isabella and something, and they had a Black child, and that's supposed to be the first Black family on record in colonial Virginia, which became America, you know what I'm saying? So, and how the North was different, like at that time, because it was the Pilgrims. The Pilgrims was some sick bastards, you know what I'm saying? Like they was religious, pushing that religious doctrine, but they were some sick, disgusting bastards, you know what I'm saying? And then they became known as the abolitionists, but they was disgusting, you know what I'm saying? They was the first one to legalize selling children. I mean, yo, Bakar, do you know about the Black Trail of Tears?
No, I know some Black people was on the Trail of Tears with them Indians as slaves to the Indians.
Now, the Black Trail of Tears, right? They were supposed to be sending the Indians on the Trail of Tears, you know what I'm saying? But the Black Trail of Tears, they apparently, according to the records, was marching a bunch of Black people in those territories to replace them as slaves, you know what I'm saying? And they was going on a similar thing. But you heard about the Indian one, but you didn't hear about the Black Trail of Tears, where they marched them, I think.
The only thing I knew about Black people on the Trail of Tears, but Black people going on the Trail of Tears as Indian slaves.
No, yeah, it's a whole nother Trail of Tears about the Black Trail of Tears. Am I right, Bobby, on that one? You know what I'm saying? I gotta, I'm gonna show all of this. I'm gonna show like actual references on this joint. Like usually I won't be showing.
Because the Indians own slaves too. They were the slave catchers mostly. They put that on Black people too, but most of the slave catchers were Indians. White folks then Indians.
Yo, I not have to say this because a lot of people use that that rule in Virginia in like the 1920s. Some Plecker, something Plecker, and they passed a law talking about Indians is classified as Negro. You know what I'm saying?
But I know what you're talking about. That really was not the truth. But go ahead. I know what you're talking about.
No, it was a true thing that really happened. You know what I'm saying? But if you go back and look at the reaction, like if you look at the Black newspapers in Richmond, Virginia at the time, like they was laughing at the Indians. You know what I'm saying? They was like, "Oh yeah, you know what I'm saying? We ain't got nothing to do with y'all. Y'all ain't never have our back. Y'all forget y'all." You know what I'm saying? And I know. Yeah, and like because this is a place called Pamunkey County. One of my friends got locked up out there, and it's like racist as hell out there. You know what I'm saying? And it's like it's one of those boondock places, but Pamunkey County, that's where those Pamunkey Indians are, you know what I'm saying? And a lot of them was mad because they were like, "Oh, we ain't no damn Negro," you know what I'm saying? Like that kind of shows like the people that was classified. But this was all late. This stuff, and this is what I want people to recognize. If you ain't talking about nothing before 1500 and like 1400, then you're late. You know what I'm saying? You're already too late. You know what I'm saying? If you're not tracing your family, if you're going back, oh, I can go back. And this is an honorable thing if you can go back to the 1700s, even the 1600s. But if you can't go to the 1400s and stuff like that, then you're too late. You know what I'm saying? And I have to tell
I met
you,
one person that say he went to the 1400s. I met one that say he did that genealogy. He said it took a long time. You know who that is?
oh,
MG2.
okay.
Said paid somebody in their family did, and they was paying him. He said he could go back to the 1400s. He knew the person name that put his ancestors on the slave ship. Some Irish dude.
Okay, yeah. See, that's the thing. You're not going to find out anything unless you can't say anything for certain. You know what I'm saying? Like MG2 could be like, yo, I found out my ancestors who was on the slave ship, but like because anything 1600 and after, you're already too late. You know what I'm saying? And that's just for anybody who's arguing. I can trace my back to whatever, unless you can say 1400s. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry, but you know. That's a whole nother conversation, man. Like, yo, I didn't mean to keep going on this so long. You know what I'm saying?
Man, you the one got to work in the morning.
No, I ain't gotta work, Bukar. I know you're trying to keep me on, Bukar, but I'm good. I just got caught up in talking in this. I just don't want these shows to keep being so long because people be like, yo, you making them too long. I can't listen to this whole thing. You know what I'm saying? But you know, it is what it is, though.
Yeah, I thought you was ready to get off. You kept going and going and going, but you good though.
Yeah, I do, because we need to know history. You know what I'm saying? Like,
hey, you know what you should do then?
What?
Go back and edit it, clip it, and make two different. You can make about 3 different shows then.
Yeah.
Like if it's like 4 hours. If it's like how long we've been on here? Almost 4. It's 3 hours. 3 hours and some minutes. You can make it 3 different shows then.
Yeah, definitely.
Clip it. I don't know exactly. I know how to clip it, but yeah. But you should clip it, and then where you want to start and stop it and let you do it, then you can post that on your channel as a different show.
Said Nasus has a mark on the trail, yeah. But yeah, Bukari, man, like I said, man, I ain't even touching that. Huh?
No, I was reading what Raw put in there, the Queen Raw. She said Natchez. I was saying, yeah, the Natchez Trace. Yeah, the Natchez Trace in Mississippi, yeah. Man, when I was a little kid, let me tell you how crazy. Now, I was on the Natchez Trail. My daddy used to love cowboy movies, right? So I used to watch Western movies with my dad, right? And I still like Westerns because I used to sit on the, man, I told my dad one day, let's go on the Natchez Trace. Man, you know, I really thought I was probably about 7, 8 years old. I thought I was gonna see some Indians on the Natchez Trace, like I saw on TV. Let's go down the Natchez Trace. I want to see some Indians. My dad, well, you ain't gonna see no Indians. I said, yes, we are. Man, I ain't seen none Indians.
Yeah, they gone.
I know one thing, them motherfuckers don't. I'm gonna tell you like this, forecast, and you talking about how in it when that dude did that, trying to group the Indians with black folks, right? Because that only happened in Virginia. They try to act like it happened all over this country. It only happened in Virginia. But I can tell you this. I went to the casino in Mississippi, right there on the other side of Meridian in Philadelphia, right? And it's on an Indian reservation. And when we stopped in Meridian, about 20-some miles from there, to get some gas, saw some folks I know, right? And then as we were people in the store, like, oh, y'all going over there with Pocahontas, them. Y'all know them people don't like us. They don't like black folk. We don't deal with them. They don't deal with us. You fool around and get caught at their reservation by yourself. But I'm coming. And, you know, and I had a friend with me. So me and her, we went on anyway. But you can literally tell how they feel about you. Like, it was some black people work in the casino. Man, a lot of them people, you go talk to them, they act like they can't speak English because they still have their tribal language because they still live on a reservation. So the black people now, man, just talk to us. Don't worry about them. You'll be all day trying to get something out of them. I'm like, what the hell? They're like, yeah, they don't fuck with us. Like, they don't mess with. And guess what? I ain't never been back to that casino either. And I love to play blackjack, but I ain't never been back to that casino. I've never been back to that casino. But yeah, they don't mess with black folk. Choctaws. That's what they were, Choctaws. So when I be hearing these people talking about their Choctaws, why don't you go on down there to the reservation? See how you treat it.
Yeah, and yeah, I was trying to show some of my thing keep freezing. I was trying to find a video, but I'm just gonna show you real quick. I'm not gonna show no video. But look, I'm just showing you the just because this thing would mess up now, so I can't even get it off the screen. Hold on, yo. Hold on. I see now it's messing up. I can't even get it off the screen now, yo. So my bad, yo.
Hey, Forecast, are you subscribed to newspaper.com?
Nah.
You ever heard of that?
Yeah.
You should check it out. You know, you can get you 6, I want to say it's 6 free subscriptions a month if you just go on there. But if you subscribe, right, they got every newspaper that ever been written in this country, every black newspaper, every newspaper you want to know on newspaper.com.
Yeah, I remember. I heard about it though. Yeah, I heard it. All right, so yeah.
Yeah, because I get somebody get like 6 free articles. That's what you can get. You can the article, but you can only search those articles. It ain't gonna let you look nothing else. I think it's like $10 a month, $12 a month, and if you pay that $10, $12 a month, you get the whole newspaper.
Bakari, you know what's crazy?
Go ahead.
No, my bad. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I was just letting you know, man, any newspaper you want, like if it's something you might be missing, what you're trying to get together, I would just kind of give you a good resource.
Oh, yeah. But, yo, I was going to say, you know what's crazy, though? A lot of the books and the resources and, you know, the people who accumulated the data or stuff is like white people who had the access to be able to go to different places. You know what I'm saying? Like they was able to like get the records and all of this stuff. And those who are most of the people who own the book and the literature on all the things that happen to us. And like a lot of times we making them a lot of money, you know what I'm saying? Even just researching it, you know what I'm saying? And you know, that's a good resource right there. But that just made me think about that because like a lot of the books and stuff like that is like written by white people, you know. But a lot of stuff you can get for free these days too online. So
but like you can get the black news now. You on that newspaper.com, you can get the black writings because they got the black newspapers on there too.
Yeah, and a lot of information. And I look at the black newspapers before I look at a lot of government statistics and also a lot of like their newspaper statistics because they lie a lot, you know. But I just want to show you this slavery trail of tears, Americans' forgotten migration, the journey of millions of African Americans from the tobacco South to the cotton South, you know what I'm saying? So they marched a bunch of people and changed, you know what I'm saying? This from the Smithsonian, and this is supposed to be like, you know what I'm saying, some like an actual thing they found back then, you know what I'm saying? So like, you know, they marched a lot of people from like here, like in Virginia and stuff like that, you know, all the way down south to like Mississippi and a lot of places down south. So when people talk about the Trail of Tears, they don't even talk about there was a black Trail of Tears that was probably more devastating because it's me. So I'm gonna say it's way more devastating than like anything that happened to Indians, you know what I'm saying? So like, yo, there's a whole lot of history that we don't talk about. Like, I don't know why. Maybe some courses do, but a lot of people don't know so much of our history. Even like in the 80s with the MOVE organization, you know what I'm saying? Like America has literally bombed its own citizens twice, and 2 times it happened to be black organizations. You know what I'm saying? Like we don't know these kind of things. But
yeah, they dropped bombs on the MOVE organization. It was that mail was a Mobutu. That mail was a damn Mobutu. Then they were shooting them as they was coming out the building, right? So now, guess who didn't get shot? You know who they didn't shoot, right? Who they went and got to protect her, right?
Oh.
There was one white girl. It was one white girl in there with her. Shit, they ain't shoot. They protected her. They wasn't trying to shoot her. They went and got her.
Yeah, and I'm not talking about their politics because they may have been like Marxists and like communists and not that communist is a bad thing, okay? Like they used to use that as a racial slur, you know what I'm saying? The same day they use communist back then the way they use anti-Semitic or the way they use Black Lives Matter today, you know what I'm saying? Like that's what I'm trying to show you. Their tactics don't change, you know what I'm saying? They're not that creative, you know what I'm saying? You have come up with so many creative ways just to survive, and you need to know that. Not only is it survive, but to fight back, you know what I'm saying? To the point where they had to ban plants. You knowing about plants is a danger to them, you know what I'm saying? Because that's how creative you are. And there's so much rich history that we need to know about, you know what I'm saying? If we knew half of the things they did, the things that was recorded, imagine the things that we would never know about and nobody has no record about. Imagine it, you know what I'm saying? This is where we have just documents and records and court cases and all of this stuff, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. You can order books from World Press, a black company out of Chicago. Yeah. I remember when Wilson Good ordered the bombing, and it's predated my life, you know what I'm saying? But yo,
I ain't know what the Mobutu name was, but I knew it was a Mobutu that ordered the
2 times America bombed its own citizens, Bakari. 2 times, and they was both black.
Yeah, the other one was in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Yeah.
So, remember, forecast, they ain't coons no more. They Mobutus. They ain't smart enough to be a coon.
Yeah, definitely. You know what I'm saying?
They ain't smart as Herschel Walker. That's more disrespectful than anything. You ain't smart as Herschel Walker.
Man.
You ain't smarter than Catcher Freeman.
Yeah. But yo,
that might be what I call him, a Herschel Walker.
Yeah, but yo, and like, so we're gonna wrap it up so we can get off here. I know my brother Bobby wanted to get off and Bakari wanted to get off, and I'm about to get off. But yo, and all of these other things is just this particular course, right? It don't have nothing to do with African history, you know what I'm saying? Which is something that we need to know so we can start saying Mobutu instead of Coon, because Coon is an American term, it's just like Uncle Tom, because that brother started his own community. Do you know that, Bakari? That brother
about Uncle Tom, the guy where Uncle Tom come from.
I think his name is. I know Bobby knows his name. Joseph Henson, I think his name is. But he started his own community, and today that's a slur. You know what I'm saying? And he helped. He was a slave who helped other black slaves. You know what I'm saying? Escape, and as you know what I'm saying? And coon is a slur that they created. You know what I'm saying? So, but African history. Is another course that we need to know. So, you know what I'm saying? That'll be another course. And also, the Arab slave trade is another course that we definitely need to know. But I'm in this hemisphere and I'm suffering from this particular brand of it. So, you know, that's
you gonna have to know, the Christianity and all that, But you don't forget, you say you don't work tomorrow. So I'll just shoot it to you to remind you to text newspapers.com. I'm telling you, that's a great source. I'd never heard of that source. Bobby just put in the chat. He said, well, you can order some books from a black printer in Chicago, Third World Press. So yeah, that Third World Press and newspaper.com. And you can just Google any black newspaper that was ever in this country. It's supposed to be on there. Any. So any writings you want to know what the black people thought about that subject, it's gonna be in that newspaper on newspaper.com.
Yo, you know, the 2 interesting decades to go back to the Jack Johnson riots, especially the ones in 1910 and the 1919 riots. We think that's a massacre. Like, no, they was the riots, not the massacres. Black people came back from the war strapped up and ready to fight. You know what I'm saying? So, like, look up the newspapers, the black newspapers then. They was telling you if you get took out, then you take 2-3 of them out with you. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
Yeah, I heard some people say that. I heard some people on YouTube say that time and past. We don't even need to worry about that no more. Things can change.
Hey Bobby, yo, you need to do a course on especially African history. You know what I'm saying? We can all jump on the Arab slave trade, and they discussing, you know, the East Mexicans. You know what I'm saying? We can jump on that, but yeah, you should definitely do one on African history. I know this African American stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know a lot of stuff, and there's so much stuff that got taken out, and I didn't even get. But I'm only talking about stuff that's been like documented and like that I can prove with a source in this particular course. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna actually show my sources this time. You know what I'm saying? Even though everybody knows the stuff that I'm gonna be talking about, but like even Madison Washington, dude was a hero. You know what I'm saying? He should like talk about a slave movie. That should be a movie. And I didn't say this for so long because somebody is going to steal it, and that's cool. But I'm gonna make it first, hopefully. But a movie need to be made about Madison Washington. You know what I'm saying? Dude was a beast. You know.
Hey, what about the guy that died first in the Revolutionary War? A movie need to be made about him. He was patriotic.
Yo,
don't
do
forget
you
your
know?
patriot.
Yo, that's another thing that they don't mention in the thing. You know what I'm saying? They will say a black man. Yo, in African studies in HBCUs, Bukhari, they will say he died for them. You know what I'm saying? Like, first of all, you know, he if he was black, he would be a Mobutu, you know what I'm saying? But the only reason that we possibly know about him, and this is why we have to have a black studies course by us, you know what I'm saying? Because, yo, John Adams used the defense that I think is the model for the police defense today, you know what I'm saying? Which is, you know what I'm saying? The only reason we know who Crispus Attucks is because John Adams, the second president of America, defended the British soldiers who did this quote unquote massacre to them. You know what I'm saying? And he defended them by saying, well, a black man instigated it. That's why this black man was the first one to get shot and got British soldiers off for shooting American people. You know what I'm saying? Yep, in the Bahamas. Yeah, he freed this according to the story, he freed over 100 people. But yo, Crispus Attucks, you know what I'm saying? The only reason we know him is because of John Adams, you know what I'm saying? And they used him by saying, well, it was a black man's fault, you know what I'm saying? And the typical police defense today, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? They would call him a Mobutu, you know what I'm saying? He was up in there thinking he was one of them, you know what I'm saying? If he was black or if not mulatto, you know what I'm saying? Yo, you know what I'm saying? Crispus Attucks was the first person to get shot according to John Adams. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm gonna say. You know what I'm saying? So
forecast if they from Africa, if they from the continent, they're Mobutu. If they from the United States, they're Herschel Walker.
well, he was the Herschel Walker then, you know what I'm saying? Because he thought
they Herschel Walkers. They Herschel Walkers.
Yo, but that's what I'm saying. John Adams created the police defense of today. You know what I'm saying? Why? Like, you know what I'm saying? How a cop got off for shooting Tamir Rice was literally John Adams' defense for the British soldiers. You know what I'm saying? And I'm surprised that black study courses who talk about this kind of thing don't really mention that. You know what I'm saying? And that's the like, yo, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know why these courses don't really mention that stuff. Yeah, another tool. And whether he really got shot or not, you know what I'm saying, is irrelevant. But every time it was a wartime, and that's another constant in American history. Every wartime is this black people kind of camaraderie when they are losing and getting their ass whipped, and they need black people help. And throughout history, they use Crispus Attucks as a political tool to say, you know what I'm saying, well, you know, this black person died, you know what I'm saying, when they was trying to argue to get black people to fight in certain wars, you know, maybe like the War of 1814 or something, you know what I'm saying? They would bring up Crispus Attucks again. But, you know what I'm saying, again, John Adams and his defense for the British soldiers, and they got off on it, you know what I'm saying, because a black man started it. They got off on the Boston Massacre, which they still teach in textbooks today because the black man did it. And that was John Adams, you know what I'm saying, defense. So, Yeah. But yo, Bakari, the rabbit holes go super deep, man. I can go on all night, bro.
Go on forever. But everything that happened. Hey, shit.
Yeah. Go back and look at that case, man. Like, yo, John Adams, old ass, and then he became the president. You know what I'm saying? He a founding father of America. You feel me? Like, come on, like, and he created the defense for the police. You know what I'm saying? And they don't teach this in African studies that I've seen so far. You know what I'm saying? Or Black or African American studies. And I personally think African American is a slur because that means you're African has been Americanized. But I'm not biased, so we're gonna talk about African American, Black American history. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. The only reason I don't think it's a slur because our ancestors called us that. Maybe they ain't know no better, but that's why I say. But that's the biggest reason I see it.
Yeah, but I don't even say it no more after people argue about it. You know what I'm saying? I stopped talking about it altogether. But that was just my personal opinion. You know what I'm saying? I just saw that meme.
No, I got you. Yeah. Everybody got their personal opinion.
But yo, another one. Do you know who Phyllis Wheatley is?
I know the name.
Yo, she was the first writer, and she was talking about African and stuff like that. But you know what I'm saying, there is debate about whether she was a Mobutu or not. You know what I'm saying, on the original "Thank God for Slavery," because I be in Africa praying to a tree. But they're trying to say it was like symbolic, and it didn't really mean that. It's hard to say. Like when I read it, I felt it was a little bit "Thank God for Slavery"-ish. You know what I'm saying? But she was talking about her African experience, you know what I'm saying? Like how she actually came over here, you know what I'm saying? And she was the first published Black writer in American history, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It probably, it was some damn, it's been some Mobutus and some Herschel Walkers around this month now. There's been a lot of them damn Mobutu. And there's been a lot of these damn Herschel Walkers. And ain't none of them smart enough to be a coon. Because a coon one of the smartest animals out there. Because if they were one of the smartest animals out there, they'll know it's best if we stick with our own. They ain't one of the smartest animals out there.
Yeah.
What about the little girl? I can't think of her name. The young black girl who was a millionaire. I want to say she was the first black woman millionaire.
I forget her. I think her name is Sarah or something. Sarah something. I forget her name. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, she was I don't think she might have been the first million, but her family owned oil or stuff like that. It was because of oil. You know, a lot of Black people had land with oil on it. You know what I'm saying? Originally. Yeah, I think so, Bobby. I try to give her an excuse. I try to give Phyllis Wheatley an excuse, but some of her writings do seem a little victim of brainwashing kind of ish. But I don't know who Colonial Ty is. I don't know who that is, my brother. Yeah, I don't know who that particular person is. But yeah, what about that? What about her, Bakari?
No, I was just saying, teach about you can teach about her, put her in there.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
look, think about this, man. Just think about, and this is what I want people to understand. Think about how great we are with everything Black folks been through around the world. But since you're focusing on here, but everything Black people been through in this country. Look at all the shit we have done, man. Look at all this shit. Look at everything that we have done. Under all this oppression, suppression, depression, with all this pressure that's been on us. Look at everything we were able to accomplish, man. Even with the people who have done stuff that we don't agree with, who was absolutely Herschel Walkers. But look what Black people were able to accomplish with all of this. And if we can't see that, if we can't see our greatness, just in that little bit alone, with everything we've been through, one, we still here. Two, look at everything that we are coming. If we don't see our greatness in being here and with everything we've been through and accomplishing everything that we have accomplished, that shows our greatness. Anybody else could not. I don't think no other people. This is my personal opinion. I don't think no other people could have survived this long. And you see their population steady grow, even through the tricks of the enemy or our sellouts, just working for the enemies. Like I can't even think of the dude's name right now, and he used to be in the NIA a long time ago. The guy that signed and let them. He became the president of Tuskegee Institute, who agreed for them to do the syphilis experiment, start the syphilis experiment. With all of that, all those experiments, did you hear about the ones in Alabama? I want to say, I forget what they were. But the boys with holes in their head, you ever heard of them?
From the syphilis experiment?
No, not from the syphilis. From the you didn't know about the radiation experiment?
Yeah, I know there was. Yeah, I know about that.
Yeah, they would call the boys with holes in their head because they wanted to see how black people would deal with radiation, and people survived literally walking around with holes in their head. Yeah, that's why I was called. And the last dude that was living, I've seen him interview. I think he did now, but I saw one of his interviews, seen him talk. I think he eventually got some money from what happened to him, I think, before he passed. But he would never take his hat off his head. For the interview he did, he never took his hat off his head around people. Because he literally I think he had 2 holes in his head. They did a documentary on him. The boys with holes in their head, the men with holes in their head, some shit, I think with boys with holes in their head. They just wanted to get some folks to see, get some black people to see how they would react to radiation.
Yeah, Bakari,
Yeah.
that's the and the things that we know about is the least of the experiments. Like that's the sick part. Like only some of the things I put together with putting 2 to 2 together. You know what I'm saying? Some of the things I can't even confirm. I just put 2 and 2 together. You know what I'm saying? And it's just obvious. Like there's no other way around it, kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? But the amount of things they did to us is disgusting. Like feeding our babies to alligators, like is for them is I couldn't say kind-hearted because that's some sick, disgusting stuff, but that's I would say in the norm. You know what I'm saying? Like the things that they have done, like they just boil you in hot water just as a punishment. You know what I'm saying? Like just crazy. Like just imagine some of the craziest thing you can imagine and then just make it 10 times worse, and they've done that. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man. And Bobby was like, yeah,
of course.
Mm-hmm.
No, I just saying, of course. My bad. I wasn't trying to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, yeah, you're right. Yeah, but yeah, the British offered freedom to slave Africans. Yeah, and Ty was the commander of them. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, definitely. And the first race riot or massacre or riot was in Canada. You know what I'm saying? In 1784. After, you know what I'm saying? What after that? But it's just things from history. Like I say that Abraham Lincoln took George Washington's strategy because George Washington was getting his ass whooped, so he ran to black soldiers for help. So George Washington pretty much did the same thing, you know what I'm saying, when it came to the North. But yeah, I mean, yeah, we have always been a pawn, but we have swayed the history. If you look at it, like the black vote, like when it comes to the Revolutionary War, you know what I'm saying, how they try to that's why we know Crispus Attucks was the first person to die, because it sways their wars, because every time it's the black vote that sways everything, and we don't usually vote for ourselves. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and the Buffalo Soldiers is one of the and the Houston riot of 1917, or mass race riot, because the soldiers ended up killing way more white people than, you know what I'm saying, black people did, and they was protecting the town. You know, one of the soldiers started it because they was protecting a black woman. You know what I'm saying? These are stories we need to know about, you know what I'm saying, but nobody teaches them. So, but yeah, man. Yo, it goes deep, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, from the Civil War to the Revolutionary War to when the Portuguese first started coming down in the 1400s, you know what I'm saying? You know why they came on the west coast of Africa? Because black people was making sure they couldn't go the other way. So they was trying to find another way around in Africa. And, you know what I'm saying, roll up on the west coast, and we was like, oh, look, pale faces, you know what I'm saying? Come on in. Look at the pale skin and the straight hair and the blonde hair and the blue eyes, and this is so great. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man. Yo,
yeah, like the Devil's Punch Bowl. Do you know why they did it, other than them being black? But do you know why they did the Devil's Punch Bowl?
Well, they say, you know, they didn't, you know, so many black people was coming down there. They didn't want to take care of them or help them at all, and black people were just trying to get to the north to get jobs, and you know what I'm saying? So
Actually, not the Devil's Punch. The Devil's Punch Bowl was during the Civil War, right?
Yeah.
Oh, you don't know the Devil's Punch Bowl?
Yeah, the
well,
North.
Anyway,
yeah, I'm saying, like, a lot of people were going to the city to get whatever. They was most of the
they
black
had taken
people trying to get jobs.
Natchez. Yeah, they had taken Natchez, Mississippi. They had kicked all them white folks out of Natchez, Mississippi. The North literally stopped fighting the war to send their soldiers to Natchez. The black folks thought the North was there to free them. That's who put them in a concentration camp and starved them to death.
And because they said it was a damn burden. They said it was a burden off, like, why should I sacrifice myself for this Negro? Let's just put him in this camp. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And they put them in the camp. Now they had war. They stopped fighting the war. They put them in the camp for defeating the Confederates, for defeating white folks down south. That's why they put them in the camp.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, but you know, that's the thing, you know what I'm saying? That's the same thing that happened with Abraham Lincoln and the march through Georgia, you know what I'm saying? The Sherman's March, you know what I'm saying? That's what led to 40 Acres and a Mule, but the same thing, you know what I'm saying? They did the same thing and let all those black people get slaughtered in a brutal manner, you know what I'm saying? The massacre at Ebenezer Creek, you know what I'm saying? It's the same thing, you know what I'm saying? Just like that, but it wasn't a concentration camp. They just let them get slaughtered, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, like, all those black people went to Mississippi thinking the North was going to help them get to the North, and so they can find jobs and freedoms and stuff like that. But they was not helping them. They just put them in camps and made the men work, and the women and children just died off. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, even the Germans in the camps they had in Africa, you know what I'm saying? Or when they talk about Hitler, nobody talk about Leopold. Yeah, he said we'll sell with the Portuguese in 1470s and 80s and down. Yeah, still in Africans. And I heard John Henry Clark say in 1438 they took Africans back to Portugal, but from what I saw, it was like 1441 they actually started building slave forts. But I do know in the 1450s, you know what I'm saying, the 1450s and 1452 with the Papal Bull and the doctrine of discovery, you know what I'm saying. But it's different. Whatever, we don't know about the doctrine of discovery, and that was in the 1450s, and that's where I started. That's when I'm gonna start the clock. I'm starting it at 1438 because that's what John Henry Clark said, you know what I'm saying? But
shit, I thought the doctrine of discovery was before 1452, but go
no, it was in 14.
That
The
was 1450.
First one was in 1452, and the second one, it was three of them. It was 1452, 1455, and then 1493 with Christopher Columbus in them. You know what I'm saying? The first ones was just for Portugal, and the one with Christopher Columbus in them included Spain and stuff like that. And then, you know, Britain came along in the 1600s. You know what I'm saying? After their queen died, you know what I'm saying? They wanted to get in on the slave trade. And then, you know, the Germans and Italians and all them, they was pretty much late, but, you know, they was just as brutal and stuff like that, though, you know. But yeah, man, yo, the doctrine of discovery is important to know, just like manifest destiny, which is an offspring of that, you know what I'm saying? But it says that you can enslave anybody who is not a Christian, you know what I'm saying? And but they violated their own laws once they, like we talked about the Christian thing earlier, they violated their own laws because it's against their law to enslave another Christian for life. So they had to be like, well, they're not human, so they technically can't be Christian. So technically we can enslave them, you know what I'm saying? So it's crazy, bro.
Yep.
Yeah, man, yo, that's what I'm saying. That's why I started clock 1452 till right now. That's damn near 600 years, 700 years almost. I don't know, but that's when I started the clock. And then, you know what I'm saying, when they came here, all of that, yo, that's why we're gonna go through all of this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, so we're gonna talk about this, man. Yep, they originally sent Africans to Portugal, and then Cape Verde Islands. Yeah. But yo, Bobby, and let me ask you this last thing, Bobby, because I've been keep saying we got to go, but I like talking about this. You know, this is my kind of lane. You know what I'm saying? But yo, you know, Mansa Musa, right? Because they talk about we can't start a slavery, right? You know what I'm saying? But it's just so much stuff, so we got to start at a certain time period. So that's where I'm starting with the doctrine of discovery and the Portuguese in 1438. So, but before that, you know, Mansa Musa, right? You know, Bukhari, that his predecessor, his ruler before him, set out to reach America in the 1300s or something like that. You know that?
Prince Abubakar.
Yeah.
Prince Abubakar. I think that's how you say his name. Prince. He was a prince. Prince Abubakar.
You believe he made it? Bobby, do you believe he made it, or do you believe he made it, Bukhari?
I believe he made it.
So you believe?
And you know why? You know why I believe he made it.
Why is that?
And even though look up, study just one day, just study the African, South American, the African and the American ocean current. It's really the African, South American ocean current, something like that. You know, you can literally get in a boat in certain parts of Africa and you don't have to turn on your motor. You don't have to row. You don't have to do nothing. And because of the ocean current, it will bring you, I want to say it's to Brazil. And then when the current go back the other way, you can get in your boat and it'll just take you back to Africa. Look, that's why I look up, it's called the African, South American ocean current.
Yeah, but Bukhari, all right. So like, according to the story, right? Because like, all I can go by is what I found. You know what I'm saying? Right. One of the people came back because they said it was a storm, right? And they was like, they headed right into the storm. Now they had a whole bunch of like water and everything. You know what I'm saying? Now, do you believe they still made it?
Yeah, I believe they made it. You know, it is two different stories. One story say he made it. Other stories say they got lost in the storm and the storm took them up. Yep. So it's two different stories.
Yeah, I'm like Bobby. I feel you though, Bukhari, because I could believe, and then you know what I'm saying, because they do have stories of the white people, like yo, they have stories of them already trading with the Africans with the gold spirit tips and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? According to their,
you know why I'm gonna say he made it. You know why I'm gonna say he made it? Because when you talk about everybody else's history, not us, right? But it's okay for them to write. They know Asian people came here. They know white people came here. They know Arabs came here. But when it comes to black people, well, we ain't for sure they knew how to agree. You understand what I'm saying? When they tell a story, it's always we ain't. You see what I'm saying? So I'm gonna say, yeah, he made.
Yeah, Shoot the Breeze clip. I think that's Coco, but I know Shoot the Breeze. You know what I'm saying? But yeah,
What is it
Bakari.
called, Bobby? The Gulf Stream current? Oh, okay.
All right, yeah. So, I just had to put that out there, you know what I'm saying, that black people was here before that. Because, something I want to say, and I'm not going to say it unless I can find documentation, you know what I'm saying? But my thing is, the Spaniards, all right, Rob, because, yeah, we got to get up out of here, too, yeah. It's super late, too. But, they said the Spaniards, right, they was like, their slaves would escape from them, the Africans that they brought, and they could blend in. Now, I don't think they can blend in with the people who we call Indians, you know what I'm saying? So do you think that could have possibly been black people down in like the Florida, Georgia area, like when the Spanish came in the 1500s?
That's why I believe black people was already, because I know black people came in like 1400s, because black people came over here on those expeditions with them in some state.
Yeah, all right, yeah. And okay.
They claim that's who was showing them the way. I don't know. But it's proof where they say the Indians, where it was written, they used to trade with people coming from somewhere with gold tip spears. So do I believe black people came here? Yep, I believe black people came. And do I believe black people stayed? Yep, I believe black people stayed.
All right. Yeah, I just want, because I'm gonna ask that question, but I'm not gonna answer it either. But I'm gonna just ask that question because they said we can't start with slavery. So just to not start with slavery, we're gonna do that. But before we move on to the lesson, but
What
yeah,
what you mean you can't start with slavery? With your teaching?
Black studies shouldn't start at slavery, and I agree with that statement because our history goes beyond slavery, and we shouldn't think that we started with slavery. You know what I'm saying? Because our history is much further than that. But I'm only at that time period, so
Yeah, if that's what if your study gonna be African American history, that's what it will start. It's okay to say, African American. We weren't slave, but African American. You understand what I'm saying? If that's what you're gonna teach, African American history, of course we know we weren't always slaves. Everybody know that our ancestors were not always enslaved.
Yeah, that's what a lot of black professors studies say. Like, we don't want to start our thing like saying we were enslaved, like K-Shaw said. Yeah, enslaved.
Yeah, that's why I switched it up and said. That's why I switched it up and said enslaved.
Yeah. All right.
Yep, that's
and
why I switched it up.
All right. Last thing, I'm gonna give you one guess, and then we're gonna close it out. In North America, what we call North America, which is Canada, United States, and Canada and Mexico. I'm gonna give you one guess about the first documented race riot massacre. Guess what? It was over.
I don't know. Probably a white woman.
Damn, you got it right.
Probably the right one.
Yeah, a white bitch, bro. A black preacher baptized a white bitch, and it led to the first riot in Canada, which was Nova Scotia, where all of the black people who helped the British went. You know what I'm saying? And that's what the first one they credited in 1784. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty. It was more than that. You know what I'm saying? Black people was fighting from the 1500s though, so that's the first credited one to North America though. But yeah, in 1526, a Spanish expedition came to Sapio Island in Georgia with 100 Africans. A dude named Ponce de Leon, and guess what happened to him, Bakari?
What happened? They named a street after him in Decatur, Georgia.
Nope, he got.
Guess what happened to him?
He got killed.
Who killed him? Indians or black folk? White folk. Who killed him?
They say the natives. I'm gonna say, my answer is melanated people.
Yeah, but yeah, but it's 15 to. But that guy always talk about forecast when I say Juan Garrido. You heard me talk about him before, right?
Mm-hmm.
He came here around It was the late 1490s. Let's say 1501. You want to say so? But he came and he went to Mexico, right? And that's who brought wheat to America. Because wheat is indigenous to Africa. That's who brought wheat to America, right? But he came here with the Portuguese, Spanish, whoever the hell he came with. And he brought some black people with him and they settled in Mexico. They stayed. So I'm saying that to say, yeah, some came here and some probably stayed. Some probably came before that.
Yeah.
Making friends with the wrong ones, then some of them probably end up being enslaved. Yeah. Making friends with the wrong people.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that didn't come from Africa or not. I'm just saying, like, most likely they did, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, I'm only here to speculate on the records, you know what I'm saying? But, you know what I'm saying? It just means, you know, black people was most likely already here before, quote unquote. Because when we have these debates, I don't know if we're talking about pre-Columbus, you know what I'm saying? Or if we're talking about 50,000 years ago. So, but yeah, man. And my question, Bobby, though, you know what I'm saying? If 100 Africans can blend in with Indian people, how can that be? Because I can tell the difference between the people that we call Indians and the people that we call Black or African. You know what I'm saying? So how can that be, Bukhari?
Oh, African people had already come here. I believe African people had been coming here trading. I'm gonna tell you something crazy. I met one of them white Cherokees, right? Speaking of this story right here, right? And he literally had pictures with him, right? But you could tell he was mixed with something. He didn't like to be called white. He said it was a Cherokee Indian. You could tell he was mixed with something, right? And he made canes and stuff, and he had and he literally showed, according to their history, that African people, and this is him, this was this guy, and he literally had a couple pictures with him, had been coming here for a very long time. And this was on some wall. He said this was from the reservation, a Cherokee reservation in North Carolina. He said they had been coming here before the 1400s. He took a picture of the drawing, of course. He said they had been coming here for a very, very long time before the people here ever knew white people existed.
Yeah, and I think so.
Yeah. And I think when they came, some settled and they stayed.
Yeah, and I want the overall point to be, though, like, not like above learning our history and like the truth and getting over whatever complexes that we have, you know what I'm saying, that the people that came before, that may or may not have came before, the people that came during the slave trade forcibly or not forcibly, which was more likely forcibly, and the people who came after, you know what I'm saying, when we get pulled over by the cops, you know what I'm saying, it's still the same results. When we look at institutions, it's still the same results, controlled by people who don't look like us, dramatic people. And no matter what, you know what I'm saying, a UCLA professor of Black studies says, you know what I'm saying, this construct has been well enforced, you know what I'm saying? And no matter if you like it or not, because I don't know if it was a construct that helped you, because they wanted to slave their own people, but you know what? They was dying off. They tried to enslave the Indians, but they couldn't necessarily do the work. They tried to be like, well, the Indians fought back, like you didn't fight back. But only one group of people could have actually survived, you know what I'm saying, being out in the sun all day, doing that type of work. And even then, we start dying way before we were supposed to die. But our DNA, you know what I'm saying, which is more closely related to a white person, according to that dude, you know what I'm saying, allowed us to be able to survive certain things, you know what I'm saying? And as a result, rules and regulations and different things grew out of that. You know what I'm saying? Now, this is a psychopathic group of people, you know what I'm saying? And then they tell themselves this lie over and over and over, and they start to believe it. But you know who else started to believe it? We started to believe it, which is the most detrimental thing, you know what I'm saying? So that's really the point, you know what I'm saying? So understanding the real truth about this, the history, it's not about like necessarily what you know if you can't use it in a positive way to help yourself grow. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, we gotta work harder and do all the things that we have to do. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, Bakari, man. Yeah, we gotta close out though. I ain't mean for it to be this long, but this was a great conversation. Like I said, man, I like having this kind of conversation. You know, I wish we could have this conversation all the time. You know what I'm saying? I don't even want to go now, but I know it's super late. So,
I mean, you should clip it. You can clip this and make it 3 shows or 4 shows.
yeah, definitely, man. But we're gonna do this training course, and I want y'all to pay attention to you know, tune in and give me feedback to where I can improve. It's time to start making curriculums to teach the truth about all of this stuff. Like, I ain't seen a lot of this information in a lot of you know, African American studies. You know what I'm saying? This is African American history that affects us all the time. I appreciate it, K-Saw, and it still affects us today. Like, did you know that what's his name? The dude died in the Revolutionary War, you know what I'm saying? Crispus Attucks was, you only know his name because of John Adams. Why isn't, you know, Black study places teaching that? You know what I'm saying? Like, just so many
Man,
things.
Crispus Attucks was a hero. He was a hero. Will you please stop saying something, John Adams? Crispus Attucks was a hero for our people.
That's what I'm saying. That's why, like, when you see this stuff, you won't have the John Brown complex. Even the movie, right? You know, it was Black people. It was a lot of Black people, and and let me say this because this is very, very, very important. If you're going to say Harriet Tubman didn't exist, you have to say John Brown didn't exist. You know what I'm saying? And there's no way around that because John Brown idolized Harriet Tubman, according to them. You know what I'm saying? If you're going to use him, you know what I'm saying, if he existed or he was a British agent or something like that, you know what I'm saying, or he didn't exist or something. But you know what Harriet Tubman did? Say, I ain't trying to be in your dumb gang, you know what I'm saying, because I know you, white boy. I'm not going to be under you, because he was another poor white boy who couldn't afford to buy a slave, you know what I'm saying, and he had multiple failed businesses, and he had a leadership complex, you know what I'm saying, and a lot of Black people turned him down. And there was a brother named Emperor Green, you know what I'm saying, Shields Green, and they called him Emperor Green. It's a movie called Emperor Shields Green or Emperor Green or Emperor or something like that, and it's on like HBO right now. But the end of the movie is a lie. That brother died, you know what I'm saying, and the movie made it seem like he lived. But that's why you gotta know the history. They be lying like hell in these movies, you know what I'm saying. But that's why you can't really use them as a reference. But I'm saying, if Harriet Tubman don't exist, but I'm saying if Harriet Tubman don't exist, then you have to say John Brown don't exist. And that's just the moral of the story, because John Brown himself wrote about meeting Harriet Tubman and trying to talk to Harriet Tubman and trying to recruit her. And she said, hell no, white boy, by the way. So, you know. Yeah. But yeah, go ahead, Bukhari. Any last words, though?
Nah, man. Excellent. It was good. Everything was great. Even my joke. You ain't like my joke, but it was funny.
What was your joke?
The video I sent you of Dion. I told you we had laughed at it already. Not me and you, but I said you ain't like my joke, but it was funny. But anyway.
No, I wasn't mad at you. I'm just saying, Bukhari. I know you're a little
no,
emotional.
I ain't say you.
You're a little
I ain't say
emotional
you
about
was mad. I
HBCUs,
said you
Bukhari.
ain't like the joke.
No,
I ain't say you was mad. I said you ain't like the joke. I ain't say you was mad. I know you. I know you was mad.
You're just a little emotional about HBCUs, Bukhari. That's all. That's all. It is.
I know. I know you were mad.
Because HBCUs breed this kind of coon nonsense. You know what I'm saying?
Because I'm gonna tell you something, right? Because he could have done it to Virginia Union and now be pissed off. I'm being honest with you. Because I wasn't even on Jackson State. I was an Alcorn fan.
Well, I would have to give exception to Virginia Union because Douglas Wilder and stuff like that. But I will say that.
But I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. I was gonna give Virginia Union a pass because of Douglas Wilder, but HBCUs breeding ground for the this kind of Marxist kind of white man savior complex nonsense, you know.
What's Virginia? They had Charles Oakley and Ben Wallace, right?
Yep. Yeah, he
They
still
don't
come
want
back to the campus too to give the people back stuff. So shouts out to Ben Wallace, by the way.
Oh, he still go back?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I was just saying, Bukhari, because how you get a little emotional, because these days
It's
HBCU
not even,
is
y'all
cool.
confuse emotions with passion. Y'all confuse being emotional with passionate. But look, man, everything was good. It was a good show. Like I said, I missed a whole lot of it, but I'm glad I was able to come on and talk though. I missed the beginning part. A lot of the beginning. Shit, I missed by half. We did about half. Yeah, man, chop this up and make 3 shows. Hey, look, I'm starting to put videos on Rumble. If anybody's on Rumble, I'm Brother Bakari on there, spelled with an A, all caps. It's one word though, brother spelled with an A, Bakari. I had to make it one word, the same name, just spell it different. But yeah, I'm on there. I'm putting videos on there because Bawana Hagazuki asked me to put some on there, so I decided to go get Rumble and put some on there. And on that note, man, peace and one love. I'm gonna holler. I think I might be doing a show tomorrow because I got to get more information on that little girl that was kidnapped, and I want to do a show about that. I want to talk about that and talk about in Philadelphia, gas stations starting to pay security guards to stand out at their gas station with guns. So if we can protect other people's property, we need to be protecting ours. That's my take on that. But other than that, man, peace and one love.
Yeah, Bobby, I'm just messing with forecast. I mean, Bakari, but I appreciate the Bakari, and I plan on doing the first lesson. I haven't made it yet. I'm gonna pre-record it, and then we're gonna have the lessons. I mean, the questions. If you have questions, you can put it in the chat. I'm gonna live premiere it. I plan on doing it on Monday. You know what I'm saying, like 8 o'clock or something. I'm gonna say 8 o'clock on Monday. So I'm gonna create it and put it up the first lesson on Monday. I'm planning on doing 1 a week. You know what I'm saying? Then we'll have the lessons. This is just a side project I want to work on. So if y'all want to be a part of it, you know what I'm saying? I plan on doing it then, and then have a little question and answer after it, and then we'll finish that. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate it. And for the last words, I'm gonna let my brother here have the last words. And this is probably gonna be the last words Bakari has for his brother Deion Sanders, because he's gonna have to learn how to have a forgiving heart, because you know what I'm saying, Jesus says that everything is gonna be okay if you turn the other cheek and love your enemy, you know what I'm saying, and love thy neighbor, you know what I'm saying. So Jesus said forgive, you know. So this is gonna be the last word here.
Me? Are you finna play something?
Play it. Hold on, here we go.
I'm not upset with y'all because I know you're mentally ill, which is why one day I'm going to open up a hospital for mentally ill Africans. I'm going to hospitalize you coons because I care about you and I love you. You're part of our family. I cannot let you go and do what you want to do. I care about the coons, brothers and sisters. I care about the coons, brothers and sisters. We're going to open up a mental health rehabilitation hospital for political coonery. We are going to treat the coons, brothers and sisters. We can't leave them out there. We have to treat the coons. The Dr. Papa Mental Health Hospital for coons. We have to rehabilitate the coons, brothers and sisters. Let us save the coons. We have to do this. We have to do this. We have to do this, brothers and sisters.
Facts, my brother. So as always, man, we have got to start standing for something, or we're gonna keep falling for anything.